Now we're good.
Yeah,
now we're good.
Yeah, let's start from the beginning.
So, good afternoon. We're here live at Mesquite, Texas at the North Strength Expo. Thank you to everyone that's tuning in. This is our second day of live streaming. Yesterday we had the opportunity to be a part of the Southwest Regional Championship. Thank you to Iron Vision and Strongman Corporation. I'm Val Yoder.
And I'm Corey Smith.
This is going to be an exciting day. We've got so much to cover today for America's Strongest. Many of these athletes, we were talking before the broadcast started of how big these lightweights look.
Yeah, right. You think it's the lower weight classes, right? It's the lightweights. It turns out that they're not small at all.
Yeah. They're going to go through 5 events for today. First event is log, axle, and monster dumbbell medley as they're introducing some of the women now. We'll let them do that, and then we'll talk about the events. We've got Yanni Bustos on the mic for emceeing for today in Mesquite, Texas, here at the Convention Center. So the events they'll have today, there's a total of 5. They're going to be 1 rep for the log, 2 reps for the axle, and then clean and press the monster dumbbell for as many reps as possible in 60 seconds. Yesterday we saw a lot of novice athletes. These are the pros. These are the ones that know to wait for that down command. They train with a mock judge, if you will, to know to wait for that down command. Today is going to go by so fast. Yesterday we had about 100 athletes we were doing commentary for.
Right, yeah. I mean, the contrast between the amateur athletes and the pros, we're super excited to see that. This competition is going to be quick. It's going to be efficient. One of the things that we were talking about, though, in the lead up to this, we were looking at the weights for all of the events. These are the lightweight men and the lightweight women's, but they're actually, in a lot of cases, using the weights from yesterday from the Southwest Regional Championships of the middleweights and sometimes even the heavyweights of the various men's and women's classes. So that's going to be awesome to see.
Second event is the Kabuki Max Deadlift. They'll have 30 seconds to be able to do their max deadlift, of course, and I'm assuming they're going to do it like they did yesterday. I did not think it was going to go as fast as it did. They did kind of a power lift style.
Same, right, yeah, we were both proven completely wrong. I think we're going through introductions of the lightweight men competitors. Yeah, we were both proven completely wrong. It wound up going a lot smoother than I think either of us anticipated. So we'll talk more about that, obviously, as we get over to the deadlift itself. It's got kind of a non-standard strongman format for this max deadlift.
Then the next event is the yoke zercher and sandbag steeplechase. We made a few jokes yesterday, and as you're going to read through these, a lot of this is going to feel like 2 events in one, and that's where it begins to feel that way with the yoke zercher and sandbag steeplechase because of they've got to carry it 25 foot down, get the bag, carry the yoke back down, get the bag. There's a lot of moving in that event.
Back and forth. Yeah, we figured out there's 6 separate legs to that event. They've got to go 150 feet with either a yoke in the crooks of their arms or holding a sandbag.
Then they're not done with the yoke yet. They go right into yoke and power stairs medley. They will have to take the yoke 50 foot total and then have 2 pins that they'll lift up the power stairs. And then to complete it all, the farmer handles carry will be our last event for today.
I think the farmer's going to be a little bit different than it was yesterday. I think, unless they've changed it, I think we're going to actually have 2 completely separate sets of handles.
Okay.
Yesterday, it was just a single set of handles for each class, and so they went down 50 feet, they dropped, came back 50 feet.
Well, it's going to be an exciting day as we get set with all of these pros.
Look at all these athletes. I think we've got 11 in the 80 kilo men. I think there's actually 9 for the women today.
We are a part of the YouTube chat, so we can see if you guys have any questions. I did see one earlier from Rise and Defy Athletics that asked if there was a public score sheet available online. That's a really good question. I am not sure.
Yeah, we've got one here, but I think it's super top secret. I don't know that it's one that we can actually put out public right now.
If you would, in the live chat on YouTube, if you're watching, let us know where you're watching from. It's always exciting to see how many folks are tuning in to see their favorite athlete for Strongman Corporation. All right, I think we're going to get started now with our first event.
It's going to be a little bit different than it was yesterday, since there's only 20 competitors versus the 100 plus that we had yesterday. There's just going to be a single athlete competing.
Watching from Denmark.
Watching from Denmark.
That's incredible.
What time is it?
Also
6,
Virginia,
7
we
p.m.?
see you. Out in Virginia, Morgan Rogers.
Good.
All right, here we go. Carly over.
Getting us started. So the log for Carly, 155 pounds, moving on to a 165-pound axle and a 100-pound circus dumbbell. And we're off.
Starting off with the split jerk. Got that first one.
Great rep on that awesome Slater log.
All right, as many reps as possible. How heavy did you say that dumbbell was?
100 pounds, which is the same.
Wow.
The same weight as the 82-kilogram women from yesterday. See if she's got time to get one more.
Excellent job by Carly.
Carly setting the standard. The rest of the athletes are going to have to try to meet or beat that.
We have some folks tuning in from Instable as well. Instable.
Yeah.
And then also Boulder, Colorado. Somebody said watching from New York, unfortunately. I said unfortunately.
All right. Hannah making the wise choice to drop her glasses. We had a very near accident yesterday with a different athlete wearing their glasses in the press medley.
Wow.
And easy press, easy lockout as expected onto the axle.
Hannah says, this is too easy. Not even breaking a sweat. Didn't get the call. Gotta be locked and steady. Oh no, she did get the call. She's gonna do as many reps possible with the dumbbell.
Yeah, I think this one's structured slightly differently than yesterday. They can go and choose their implement for the rep out.
15 seconds to go.
Oh,
I know. I saw her touch it with that hand. I don't know that
she
counted.
didn't get the command.
And she grinned. She knew.
Oh.
She grinned when she saw that.
Oh, there we go. Hannah almost walked out without her glasses. All right, Emma coming all the way from Connecticut, training out of Lightning Fitness.
Ooh, watching from Poland as well. I love knowing this. This is fantastic. Bethany, I do too. Bethany said, I want to know how they keep their hair so perfect. Same.
I want to say
That was a spectacular effort. She very nearly lost that.
Here we go, Emma. Perfect.
All right, onto the 100-pound circus dumbbell. Using her face to brace.
Oh, man. Just gonna do a little reset. She knows she has time. Right on the ear, straight up.
Great.
Got it. Wants to go to the log for her reps. So this is gonna shake up some points because I know those logs probably, oh my goodness.
But she got at least the single initial reps on all three of the implements. Awesome effort.
How heavy is that axle, Corey? Bethany is curious.
165 pounds, which is more than what all of these ladies weighed in at yesterday. At least 25 pounds more than they all weighed in yesterday. And also the same weight that the 82 kilogram women used yesterday in the Southwest Regional Championships.
All right, here goes Jessica. Mike says, watching from Illinois. Go, Jessica. Oh, got it.
Awesome.
Did she get it?
She
Okay.
did. And
Okay.
yeah, she ground that rep out. That was awesome. This axle's a little bit different than probably a lot of the competitors are used to. It's actually got knurling on it, so it helps a little bit, I guess, technically, but it's still an axle, so a challenge to get clean. Jessica regrouping, taking a breath. Good time.
There she goes. Oh, she knows.
Yep,
Excellent job.
that happens.
We've also got some folks watching from the UK.
Welcome, welcome. Megan Davis up next.
From Alabama.
She was from Alabama. Easy work on the log.
Wow. Wow.
Ridiculously fast transitions. Zero pause.
All right, let's see if she stays with the dumbbell. Man.
She is
Oh,
in a groove.
a little bit of a momentum swing there.
Still 20 plus seconds to go. This is, at least so far, this is the going to be the top performance.
She said, I got time
5
for one
seconds.
more.
She's got one more in her. And a wink. Spectacular
She
performance.
looks happy. Big smile.
I absolutely lost count of the reps.
Folks from Florida as well. Jessica Helms from North Carolina.
Yeah, from Spider Strength. A lot of strongman athletes come out of Spider Strength.
Something different from yesterday. I can see from the live stream, I think this bar is knurled.
Yes.
Whereas the women yesterday did not have a knurled bar.
Yeah, they were using a powder-coated kind of more standard axle. Today they're using the axle that the men had been using yesterday. This axle actually weighs 70 pounds, which is pretty heavy for an axle. They're usually 25, 35-ish kind of pounds. So it may look like there's not a whole lot of weight on the bar. It's because the bar itself just weighs a lot.
Yeah. North Carolina viewer Jake Reese says, "Go, Jessica." Getting some clarification there before she gets started.
Jillian Funk, I think this is our second Lightning Fitness athlete, right?
I think so. All right, Jillian. Big hips for the log. And she gets it.
I think the majority of the athletes we've seen so far have been split or power jerking the log, which is awesome to see.
Oh, wow. She was proud of that one. Kind of could mouth what she said there.
Great effort. A little bit over 30 seconds still to go. Let's see which of the implements she chooses for the rep out.
Oh, my goodness. That's okay. She's got time.
$15 seconds.
15 seconds. Gotta get it
Dumbbells
clean.
100 pounds.
10, 9, 8,
Come on. Get that one rep. Oh, just couldn't lock it out.
Spectacular effort, though.
we reset as we get Megan Muskin up here. And Joanne Hagedorn is on deck.
Megan Muskin from Maryland. It's gonna test my. It's definitely gonna test my geography.
It's been a couple years since both of us have memorized state abbreviations.
Home gym. I think there's something to be said for the home gym grittiness.
Judges ready, go!
Megan, rep on the log. Easy does it. Moving on to the axle.
45 seconds to go.
Plenty of time. Oh my goodness. Little bit. Got it.
There we go. Good effort.
35 seconds.
100-pound monster dumbbell.
30 seconds.
Trying to catch her breath there. She's a little bit gassed for this.
Catching her breath and trying to get some stability in that rack position
No.
as well.
Does she stay at the dumbbell?
I think she's got to get one rep on the dumbbell first, right? So
Oh, that's true.
if it's
Come
moving,
on, come on, Megan.
Oh.
Dang it.
The floor crew we've got today is also most of the floor crew we had yesterday. These guys worked all day long.
Second day in.
Yeah, yesterday's contest I think ran for about 9 hours. I was here at the convention center for like 13 hours yesterday.
Yeah.
I was exhausted and I was sitting down all day. Joanne coming up on her rep on the log.
Kind of has a feel for that log. Beautiful log from Battle X Barbell.
Yeah, these are spectacular Slater logs. One for the women, we'll have a different one for the men. You can see how heavy they are because there are very few plates actually added to the log itself.
Crowd's getting behind her. She's still smiling. So I think she's just ready to see this go through. Big hips.
And, you know, we saw a lot of this yesterday across all the classes. men's and women's, the open, the masters, the novices. It turns out pressing stuff over your head
A little difficult.
is pretty hard. So
Once she felt it at her chest, too.
Yeah, spectacular effort.
And once you work that implement a few times.
Yeah, each successive clean gets harder than the last. All right, we got through all 9 of the women. Bringing out the men's Slater log, just absurdly long.
Log is 240? No. Yeah? And then axle's 245?
Yeah, the men's log is 240. I can't tell if those are 5-pound or 10-pound plates. I think those are 5-pound plates on each side, which means that log itself is 230 pounds. Wow.
Getting some weight changes.
Just getting those last plate changes over on the axle. It's like Val said, the log 240, which is the same log weight as the 105 kilo men from yesterday. The axle's 245, and then that moving up to a 165 pound circus dumbbell.
While we're getting set up for the next, for the 80 kilo men, I want to give a big shout out.
Bethany said it may look, it looks like it may be 10 pounds on each side.
Oh, so that means it's only 220 pounds empty, I guess, instead of 230 pounds empty. So, tremendously heavy log.
Jake Reese said, what % of 80s do you think will Viper press the log?
We made some of our predictions from yesterday panned out, but a lot of them absolutely did not, so I'm almost hesitant to even make a prediction. John, 70%? You can put money on that?
He said like 60% of them, 70% of them, at least 10%. This is a great conversation.
Yeah. We saw quite a few of the middleweights from yesterday vipering the log, and the 80, 90, and 105 athletes. I would be incredibly interested to see what percentage. So we'll, Jake and John, we'll track it, man.
I love seeing Viper presses.
Yeah. Oh my God, yeah.
It's impressive.
Yeah.
Tuning in from Gaza Strip.
Gaza Strip. Welcome.
Thank you to everybody tuning in, by the way. We're going to do our best to talk just enough and not too much. Feel free to mute.
You will be the first athlete in the long axle clean and press.
All right, Alex getting us started.
Here we go.
The 80 kilo men.
All the way from California.
From California, and Alex also 6 feet tall, which is very tall for a lightweight strongman athlete.
Athlete ready. Judge ready. Go!
Here we go, Alex. Big breath, big hips to get that log up. Oh! sometimes you can almost forecast with how it gets to the chest, how it's going to go above head. Not
Yeah.
always.
Not always, sure. But yeah, especially on those cleans where, you know, there's a struggle where it slows down, you're already burning up a lot of energy just getting it up to your shoulders.
John brings up a good point. He says, you know, it's tough to say who takes event 1 because it really comes down to the gas tank.
Absolutely does. So Alex gonna scratch on this. Tremendous effort.
That log's all there. And of course, there's a lot to be said if you've never pressed a log.
Yeah.
It is quite a technique
Yeah.
more than it is. I mean, it's definitely strength, but the technique as well.
You realize your face is in the way. You realize it's pressing on your diaphragm, so you can't really breathe either. All right, Steve, coin. It's moved on, but I think Steve is out of Florida, if I'm right. Steve, awesome rep.
Patty Timmons chimed in, says, that's my coach. Let's go, Steve.
Steve got the
Showing strength.
245-pound axle.
Excellent.
Awesome, got the down command.
165 for the dumbbell.
Yeah.
Steve's out of Florida.
Thanks for the quick fact check, Bethany.
15 seconds.
15 seconds to
Come
get.
on. Oh, a little bit of a cringe there. A little bit,
Yeah,
you know, it
looked
makes
like
you wonder if something happened right
Yeah,
there.
it looked like it got kind of a little bit outside, which, you know, that's coming back down. You're trying to stop it. It can make things weird. So Steve on the board with 2 reps. He got a rep on the log and a rep on the axle.
Athlete ready. Judges ready. Go!
The dumbbell is 165, John.
Good. Harold attempted the
165 pounds, by the way.
very close.
A little bit of walking with that. A little bit of woo. Got the down.
I don't know if you can really see it on the stream. Harold has a chalk bag, like what a climber would have.
Oh my-
I wonder if he's got a plan
Oh.
for the
I mean, that
circus
seems like a
dumbbell.
pretty smart plan.
Yeah.
Come on, Harold. Oh. Just getting reset. He's got 20 seconds. His elbow stays so still, just can't seem to get under it. Oh. 165 pounds. No.
I can't remember exactly, but I'm pretty sure a fair portion of the 105 kilo men from yesterday struggled or scratched on that circus dumbbell, so that these guys are 2 classes down.
Yeah.
Kind of highlights the difficulty of these presses, especially the circus dumbbell. You can see it's obviously comically large.
Here we go, Josh.
You've got a really big guy with a really small leaf blower clearing up the floor.
It's like a Barbie leaf blower. Looks like it in CJ's hands anyway.
Joseph Tower, what are the weights here for the men? The log is 240, the axe is 245, and that circus dumbbell is 165 pounds. Good. Josh Kowaleski coming up, coming to us from Minnesota. Josh is known to have the best hair out of all of the lightweight.
He does have
men's
some nice hair.
Strongman athletes.
Oh, got a little behind. Okay. Excellent job.
Easy press.
There's going to be some reps here.
I wonder, does he choose the dumbbell or does he go back to that axle?
There
That
it is.
axle
Wow.
looked
Well, he made the dumbbell look pretty.
tremendously easy. 30 seconds to go. And this, he can just press this away. We'll see how many reps he's got. There's 2.
Wow. Josh putting on a show here in the press
3,
medley.
16 seconds.
Getting a little
Is he gonna
fatigued.
He's got 11 seconds. He's got one more in him. Got to get through the clean. Take a breath. If it's moving, oh, awesome.
Excellent job.
Josh appears
I think
to
that
be,
takes our lead for now.
yeah, pretty hyped and rightfully so.
Here he goes.
And the replay. I assume this is his very last
Looks
press.
very comfortable. Ready to go. Yeah. He loved it. There we go. Cody Abel. Bethany, you're right. He does make that axle look light. John said that's going to be hard to beat. It is. That was a show.
All right, you got 5 seconds left. Athletes, make sure when I say you're on deck, that means you're going to be ready when I call your name.
Cody coming up. Cody, obviously the world's strongest tattooer.
He's covered, too. He's covered. That's my coach, said John.
Great rep on that log. Moving on to the dumbbell, 165-pound dumbbell.
Bucky, you're right. I noticed that too. He said, I don't know the strategy here, but it looks like he had more dumbbell preps or reps in him. And I agree, but maybe because that dumbbell did not look hard.
No, yeah.
But maybe it was just preference on style. I don't know.
Yeah, and I mean, dumbbell
What felt better.
isn't specifically like a unilateral lift, right? But, you know, maybe he was thinking about the fatigue of kind of sitting primarily on one shoulder.
4, 3, 2, 1, time. Corey Goodrich.
Cody, spectacular effort on the dumbbell, but that dumbbell's been a struggle for a lot of the athletes so far.
Do you know how many reps Josh got? Was it 5 or 6?
I don't remember. I
didn't know if our score sheet said
had meant to
how
write.
many reps.
I had meant to write them down, but I've not written anything down. So Corey Goodrich coming up. I guess that makes 2 Corys now. This one's significantly stronger than I am, though.
From Stronger Together as well.
Yeah.
Cody before this was also from there. There's some folks supporting from Scotland as well. Oh, come on, Corey. Corey questioning this event.
Cody coming out, cheering him on. I think Cody is actually Corey's coach as well, giving him some tough love.
Big breath, big hips. Just gotta get underneath it, Corey. The crowd getting behind him. Oh, you almost see those elbows kind of come out when he goes down.
Obviously, a huge challenge with the log is keeping it under your center of gravity. It's so big with the diameter. I think, not sure if this is all the way a 12-inch log, but it gets out in front of you so quick, so easy.
Joseph said basically a body weight dumbbell. Yeah.
Yeah, reasonable.
Basically.
Reasonably close. Although I'm interested. We were talking about this before the stream started. At some point yesterday, these athletes weighed 176 or so
Yeah, they may not
pounds.
today. Oh my, Viper press.
Richard
Who called it?
Viper.
Richard.
All right. We've got one.
Got the
I'm
Viper.
gonna write that down. Easy rep on the axle.
Here we go. Oh, this may be a bit of a fight for Richard. Oh, get that elbow straight. Oh, the wrist.
Oh, you got the down command though. Good.
Use some strategy.
Each of them,
Wow.
say Josh had 7 reps. I think they're counting total reps across all of the implements. So that means that Josh had gotten 4.
What a presser. Look how beautiful.
Wow. Richard putting on a clinic, showing us how it's done.
Gorgeous. Excellent job,
And
Richard.
Out of the crowd. That was awesome.
All right, so one Viper down. Yeah, look at this. Just beautiful.
And using his downward momentum
Yeah.
to just, in a lot of those presses, to just start his dip and drive back up.
You're on deck. You want to. Where's it? Athlete ready. Judge ready.
Here we go, Alexander.
Coming to us from Rhode Island.
Oh, gonna rethink this. Those are bright pants, Bethany.
Yeah, Bethany.
They are.
Right.
35 seconds to go.
Almost reminiscent of the tights Rob Kearney used to wear a lot.
That's very true.
He looked great, and Alex looks great too.
I don't think he got the down on the dumbbell for Richard. I don't think he got the down. His wrist kind of went back, and it fell. I don't believe he got that down. Rise and Defy said he got the down right before he lost it, so maybe he did.
Yeah, I think he did.
Okay.
It was, there's a little bit of judge's discretion in events like this. I think he did get it. I think they would have let him know if Mason Cup making the
Yeah, he probably would have had to
look-
have stayed there instead of going to the axle. You're
Yeah.
right. So I bet it was, it was up for a second. I forget that they have to get it before they can move on. I keep forgetting that part.
42 seconds to go.
less than 20 seconds. Masons do 2 of the event.
Because there is some shows I've seen where you can just abandon and go back.
Yeah.
But this
Ooh.
one you definitely do have to finish the dumbbell.
Mason got that locked out, but getting it stable, getting his feet under him, it was tough. Mason
Oh, there he got
There
it.
you go. Awesome
Excellent
rep.
job, Mason.
unless I'm mistaken, Mason is the first of the lightweight men athletes to not wear knee or elbow sleeves
Okay.
or wrist straps.
Oh. He's smiling. He
Mason.
knows he was moving.
Yep.
This total officially is 4 reps. We have Josh Hendrickson with Zach Schultz on deck.
Here we go, Josh from Pennsylvania. 580 barbell.
Josh strategically turning that hat forward. We saw a couple of athletes yesterday with backwards hats getting messed up on the
Oh
circus
my
dumbbell.
goodness.
Took that one to the chin.
Well, from the side view, from our perspective at the table, it almost went straight back onto his face.
Yes.
Whenever it started to come down a little bit.
I've been there myself, taking a log back to the face. Not that fun.
Oh, just not able to make that break over. It's so funny, 580 barbell, we saw that a bunch in Pennsylvania when we were there for Strong Corp Nationals one time.
Yeah.
And 580 is the area code for parts of Oklahoma. So I was like, what is
Wait a minute.
580 barbell? Like,
Josh,
he's gonna call it.
valiant effort, man. 0 reps, but a lot of effort. I think we've got final athlete coming up, Zach Schultz. Also coming to us from Florida.
Athlete ready. Judge ready. Go!
Okay. Let's get that rep. Got it.
Pretty easy looking rep on the log. Moving on to the axle.
45 seconds to go.
Big breath. There it is.
35 seconds to go. Will you be the first athlete to get past the circus dumbbell? 25 seconds.
25 seconds to go onto the circus dumbbell.
Dang it. Wants to reset.
You know, in both of these classes, the lightweight men and lightweight women is really kind of helps to illustrate how comically large a circus dumbbell is.
And, oh my goodness.
Zach, down to the buzzer. Awesome effort. Let me scroll back up here and see what the wagers on Vipers.
On the Vipers were?
So with John said 70%. John, nope. Jake said 60. Jake, nope, unfortunately. Bethany said at least 10%. If my math is correct, we had 1 of 11, which is like 9-ish percent. And so Bethany was the closest. But if we're doing Price's Right rules, she's gone over, so I don't know.
Rise and Defy Athletics, yeah. Rich, Josh, and Mason for top 3 so far, yes. I'm double checking the scores that are next to me.
We're going to be transitioning to some athlete interviews in just a second.
We've got Yanni on the floor. He's going to grab some of those. He's trying to get them.
Megan Davis, who won.
All right, it's time now to go to Yanni on the floor with Megan.
All right, I am here with Event 1 winner of America's Strongest Woman 64 kilo class, Event 1, which was the press medley. You took it with a commanding 10 reps. I heard there was a little bit of a back injury that didn't seem to slow you down. How do you feel about that whole event?
It went much better than expected. Dumbbell's one of my favorite events. So I love cycling dumbbell. I tore my erector at the attachment point in my pelvis about 3 weeks ago. So I hadn't actually touched anything until this morning. So it felt good. So we went.
Oh my gosh, a torn erector. She hadn't trained the event in a while and hadn't touched the implement, and she still won it with that commanding lead. How do you feel about Event 2 coming up, the Kabuki Max Deadlift event?
I hate this bar. I don't like it. Now, to be quite honest, deadlifts have gotten better for me in the last few years, and I'm just hoping that I can pull something good, not put my back out, because we've got 3 more events.
And that's the roller coaster of a Strongman event. You can go from your favorite event to your worst event. Megan, I know regardless of your placings, it's going to be fun watching you after every single one. Thank you so much, Megan. Go get ready. And back to the America's Strongest Strongman Corporation.
Doing their first event. Pretty exciting to see the press medley and how everybody did through that. So still have 4 other events.
It was, yeah, and it was interesting. We saw a range of performances, right? Press oftentimes is the event that athletes struggle with the most, even the professionals. We saw some spectacular performances, and then we saw some kind of heartbreaker reps on a handful of the attempts. Obviously, everybody working really hard, but like we said a couple times, pressing stuff over your head is pretty difficult. But I think we're moving on to the deadlift next.
We are.
And we'd said kind of something to this effect early on in the stream. The deadlift event is structured differently than a deadlift is usually going to be structured at a strongman show. Usually it's just going to be a rising bar,
right? Where
once weight is added to the bar, it's not going to come back off. Yesterday we saw this, and I think they're going to continue it today with America's Strongest Man and Woman. It's going to be more like powerlifting style, where the athletes are going to call their first attempts, and once they get through that initial round, they get through all of the athletes' first attempts, they're then calling their second attempts, and that the bar can actually, they can take weight off of the bar, right? If one athlete finishes their first attempt at 495, another athlete calls their second attempt at 455, they'll go down to 455. We were surprised by it yesterday just because it's a non-standard structure to a deadlift max in a strongman show. We were both kind of questioning, how is this going to work? how efficient is this going to be? Yesterday we had over 100 athletes. We were both entirely wrong, though. It went so smooth.
It was very fast.
It was so fast. It was so
With
smooth.
all 4 lanes.
Yeah.
It was very fast.
One thing that I'm really interested to see, obviously, today with the lightweights is where their deadlifts are going to land, kind of in comparison with where the deadlifts for, the roughly equivalent weight classes that we're using for all of the other events today.
Yeah.
We saw a lot of the middleweight men, for example, the 105 kilo men. More than a few of them pulled over 700 pounds yesterday. Interested to see if we can get 600-700 pounds with these men, and then the women. I don't even know where to begin to predict that. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're gonna take a short break. We're probably gonna. I think this is where we say. Now a word from our sponsors.
That's right. We're here at America's Strongest in Mesquite, Texas.
And the 2 Diamond Bed location is right behind us over here to check out all your needs when it comes to activewear. Activewear that empowers them both on and off the stage. Dwayne, I found it. Our next vendor is Kind of Fit, Kind of Fat. We are pumped to welcome Kind of Fit, Kind of Fat to the North Texas Strength Expo. This badass brand celebrates strength at every size and brings a bold message. Lift heavy, eat well, live fully. They'll be contributing exclusive gear to the America's Strongest Man, America's Strongest Women podium bags, so our top athletes are walking away with more than just medals. We got 12 minutes. Up next, we got our VIP sponsor, Barefoot. They are known for their commitment to empowering natural movement and strength from the ground up. Barefoot is hooking up all ASM, ASW podium finishers on Sunday with exclusive gift cards. From the deadlift platform to everyday wear, Barefoot's minimalist shoes help you move the way you were built to.
Welcome back to Mesquite, Texas at the North Texas Strength Expo. This is America's Strongest, women 64 kg, men 80 kg. Just as a little reminder, as we go through some scores, don't forget first place today gets $5,000. So for our women's, for our first event, the press medley, Megan Davis sitting at top with 10 reps, Carly with 8, and Hannah Coldiron with 5.
Yep. Going down the list a little bit, we've actually got a tie, which winds up in a lot of cases being really brutal because you split points, which then makes it even harder to
that is
make
true.
up some deficits. You know, this obviously is both the results of the first event and then our cumulative score. These athletes are being reordered each, you know, depending on how many points they've scored, depending on their performance in the prior events, they're reordered. People who are scoring more, people who win those events, they get to go last in the next upcoming event, which is obviously a competitive advantage.
And then our men 80 kg in the press medley has, I think it was Rise and Defy, was trying to figure out who's in the top 3. Absolutely correct. With 4 reps, Mason Cup in 3rd, and Josh with 7, and Richard with 10.
Yeah.
And as you see again, Stephen, Harold, Cody, and Zach with sharing 2 reps.
Splitting a lot of points there, and then at the bottom, Alex, Corey, the other Alex, and Josh all struggled on the press, so they've got 0 points, which we'll see how much that affects their ability to make some points back up. We've still got 4 events. You know, I think it's still anybody's competition, but I think we're getting started on.
We've got our first athlete for the women's deadlift on the platform. I did hear James earlier come by and say, can these athletes deadlift barefoot? He was kind of talking to Derek because Derek doesn't allow him to be barefoot for his comp. He's like, hey, this is your comp. He's like, they can be barefoot if they want to.
Yeah, all the athletes yesterday had to wear shoes. I don't think they're required to wear shoes today. One other really major difference from yesterday to today, the athletes, if they want to, can wear deadlift suits.
Here we go, max deadlift, and she got it. All right, she's going to tell them her next attempt as she makes her way off.
Like a slight revision of what we had said before. Technically, I guess they're reordering, but since this is a kind of powerlifting style deadlift event, you know, it's just the next person up is just the next heaviest attempt.
Okay. This is going to be exciting. I think they're kind of getting some clarification as we go through. Rise and Defy said, Defy Athletics, what's the current under 80 deadlift world record? And then 360 kg, 793.5 pounds by Donnan, right? That's a great question.
Yeah, and it may actually be upwards of 801 pounds for a
John
lightweight
chimed in and said the American record is still held by CJ Krause at 715. So that is in reach for some of these guys.
We will see, and like we said, different from yesterday, if the athletes want to, if they've got a suit, they can use that suit today. The bar right now loaded to 385. We're still just going through first attempts for the 64 kg women.
All right, here we go. Walking a little bit of stiff-legged there. I think she's ready. Oh, a little bit of a sumo.
Well, so the thing with a deadlift.
Oh, she's going to walk in. I was going to say, what?
You have to do that kind of, you know, little sea walk to get your feet back under you.
There it is.
Joanne?
I was about to say, I didn't think that was allowed.
It is not, yeah. It's always fun seeing people you know, move around in those deadlift suits because it's pretty difficult to just bend over and grab the bar. Megan also going to take her first attempt at 385.
Definitely a suit happening with those shoulders.
Yep.
This will be exciting.
Yesterday with
The mismatched weights are driving them insane. I think they, with the blue in the middle?
Yeah, I think the plan.
I mean, they're the same on both sides,
yeah,
at least.
I think the plan is that for full plate jumps, they are going to be incrementing or alternating from the black to the blue. But yeah, I understand the frustration. So Carly also taken 385 for her first attempt. I'd imagine we don't see as much chaos in the first attempt selection as we saw yesterday with the amateurs. It was kind of
I feel
all
like they
over the
came
place.
in a little too light.
Yeah, a lot of the amateurs yesterday. I think it's a pretty safe assumption that all the people competing today are coming in with a pretty solid plan. So
405. See some folks getting suited up there in the corner of your screen. Everybody getting ready. Emma's up next. 30 years old, 5'3". Someone in the chat said, I think winning pool could be 730. That's heavy for a lightweight.
Heavy for a lightweight. Yeah, we saw
It could happen.
2 or 3 90-kilo athletes yesterday attempt 725. I don't think any of them got it, but they attempted it. Obviously, no deadlift suits yesterday, but
All right, let's go, Emma.
Emma, first attempt at 405. No suit for Emma.
Excellent.
Same way, Jillian Funk, you're up. After this one, we jump to 435. For our last
Here we go, Jillian.
Jillian taking an attempt at 405 as well.
Excellent job.
Yeah, not a lot of challenge.
CJ Cross has entered the chat. One of these boys better take my record, he said.
You love to see it. We talked about this a lot yesterday, the camaraderie among strongman athletes. Obviously, they're all competing to win, but you want to win when it's your best effort against someone else's best effort.
Oh, yeah. Representing Oklahoma, Hannah Cold Iron. No stranger to pros and strongman all around. Hannah loves when it's exciting. She loves when everybody's in on it. She is a huge help, as I know many of these pro athletes are, to getting new people to the sport.
Hannah.
Excellent, Hannah.
435 for Hannah.
Up next is Megan Davis. Before we jump to 465.
All right, Megan, our current leader.
Athletes ready. Judges ready. Go!
There goes Megan for 435 and gets it. A little bit of a bounce there at the top. Ugh.
Yeah, once that bar starts wobbling, it carries a lot of momentum. John, do we see 500 today? I would love to see 500. We actually saw yesterday one of the amateur heavyweight women pull 495.
Yeah.
And we've been, honorarily calling that 500. it would be
Yeah,
incredible.
we rounded.
Yeah, we'll round. Yeah, it's strongman. It doesn't have to be super accurate. It would be so cool to see 500 today.
North Carolina, Jessica.
They've got that bar loaded up to 465.
Getting set. And fantastic. Holy.
Yeah, who was that? John, do we see 500 today?
For sure.
As fast as that 465 came up, I think that's now a foregone conclusion.
You can see over in the corner, all the women are bowing to her at how amazing that was. We're not worthy.
Yeah, I think they have all realized they're probably going to be competing for second. Live chat on the YouTube stream getting some pretty heavy hitters in there.
Yeah. Jessica from Illinois. Here we see this go back down to 325.
Yeah. One of the things we talked about a lot yesterday is how easy it is in strongman to lose perspective on how heavy stuff actually is, right? So, you know, one of the athletes' initial attempts was 465. You know, Jessica's second attempt is 325. It's not like 325 is light, right? Like it's still 325 pounds.
Oh, yeah. Oh, not doing 325.
Look. Never mind, adjusting.
Gonna go to 225, is that?
Yeah.
No way. Doing 225. Okay. Now we're gonna do 0. I'm just kidding. They're getting this set.
Yeah.
405.
405, okay.
All right, here we go.
Let's do this. We have Joanne Hagedorn, our first athlete at
This is Joanne. 405.
Megan Lucian on deck. Athlete ready. Judges ready. Go!
Ooches those feet in, gets ready, and come on.
Oh, get to your knees.
Stand up.
Yep, just get your
Push
knees.
the ground
She can
away,
hitch.
Joanne. She feels good. She knows she got
Got it. Great attempt. Fist bump to the judges. Carly coming in wearing her t-shirt as a scarf. Reasonable choice, because that deadlift suit looks pretty uncomfortable.
Here's Megan. Got it. 405 for these women that weighed in yesterday at 141. Here we go, Carly.
Carly coming in at 405 as well.
Excellent. She's got more in the tank for
Yeah,
sure.
slow to start.
She's got more.
Built up some steam.
Jillian, you'll be after Emma.
Army of volunteers swarming out onto the floor to change those plates so that we can continue working through these athletes' deadlift attempts.
So many of these women I know by their face and don't necessarily know their name, so I'm actually getting to match up their name with their face.
Right.
Because I see them at so many shows, whether it be Arnold or Nationals or, you know, along their journey of becoming pro and just and different things. I know a lot of their faces, but now I'm getting to match their names.
Yeah. Emma coming up for her second attempt.
4:35.
If I remember correctly, Emma, I think, is the only lightweight woman to not wear a deadlift suit.
Oh. I don't think Carly had one on.
Oh, and
There it is.
that
Got it.
pretty spectacular hit. The absence of deadlift suit doesn't seem to have impacted things very much because that 435 pounds went up pretty smooth.
Still cheering each other on. Another 435er.
This is our
Last athlete at 4:35, just heard the MC say. Jillian Funk.
Athlete ready. Judge ready. Go!
A lot of talk in the chat about world records and American records and where those can be found. There is definitely an opportunity today, I believe.
Jillian,
Little
great hitch coming up.
Can we please jump to 465?
I mean, I'm going to say to any pro show, you have an opportunity for a record to be broken. I mean, you know, we kind of talked off air, and it was, you know, the difference in some of the novice, amateur, and pro athletes. Just the difference in how these athletes know when to peak. They're at their peak. You know, what recovery looked like yesterday, even with traveling.
Yeah.
Just a big difference of experience there.
Yeah, right. I mean, obviously, this is not the first time for any of these athletes competing, and so, you know, obviously, they're all coming in a lot stronger. They're all coming in a lot leaner than the amateur athletes, but you know, you can't discount the peaking that they're doing. You can't discount their experience, you know, with water cuts, with recovery, with rehydration.
4:65 for Hannah Cold Iron. Oh yeah, there it is, making it look so stinking easy. This is my weight class. I don't compete, but when I look at these women
I was about to say,
and what they're able to lift, it's
465?
no, it's I love it.
She won at F1 with 10 reps. Let's see what she does with her next deadlift win. Athlete ready.
Megan Davis also coming in at 465 on her second.
Before this event, Megan in the lead with just her first event. Excellent. Man, these women have so much more left for that third attempt. This is going to be exciting to see where they go.
495 for the last second attempt of this round. The way Jessica Helms moved 465 earlier, I don't think 495 is going to give
I
her
hear
much
the MC
trouble.
saying Jessica Helm put 465 on her first. 465 was the heaviest of the, at least so far, second attempts. Jessica's going to take her second at 495. 5 plates.
Remember we rounded this yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday this was 500 pounds. This is a more legit show, though, so I think we should probably call this 495.
For sure. This is so exciting. America's Strongest today, first place is going to get $5,000, second place $2,000. Third has a shot at $1,000, and fourth place through eighth place still going to receive money, $500.
Hey, that's not bad.
I know. It's pretty exciting when the athletes are able to kind of get something back. I love that the sport is leaning more towards that with each big comp that we see. That's exciting. There is a huge expense to being even a novice or an amateur, so at pro level, this is exciting for these athletes to get paid.
Yeah, just the you know, the recognition of weight classes outside of open, right?
Yeah. Very true.
Jessica about to pull 495.
490. Good grief. Look at that smile. A little bit of a hustler there, Jessica.
So now this brings up an interesting thought, though. We saw this yesterday with the super heavyweight men, where there's almost a gentleman's agreement coming into the third attempt for their deadlift maxes. I think they pulled, what, 835, a couple of them?
I think you're right.
On their seconds. And so we were saying, hey, what are they going to do on their third? And then all of those guys just wound up scratching their third attempt. Is Jessica going to be in a position to just pass on her third, right?
Anthony asked, if two athletes both finish on the same weight, but one pulls it on an earlier attempt, would they get placed higher?
And so Rise and Defy says no. I don't know.
Because of how they've set up, this is more of like a powerlifting, I've been told, a powerlifting kind of thing.
Yeah, that actually is a really good...
That kind of changes.
Maybe
That's a really good question. We'll have to see how it shakes out with the score sheet we've got in front of us.
Yeah, assuming there is a tie, and I think it's probably pretty safe assumption that we'll have a couple of ties. We'll see.
Yeah. Rise and Defy, you might be right. Here we go, Megan. Come on, straighten it out.
Look at
Fantastic.
How
At
cool.
435. Is that right? 435? Because I knew they were up at, yeah.
Yeah, they're back into thirds.
Okay.
Yeah, I think 435.
Does Carly have a suit on?
I think,
I can't tell. Normally the shoulders are an obvious give, but
yeah, I think you can also wear like squat briefs. It doesn't have quite the same effect as a deadlift suit, but it's still...
come on, Carly. Oh, no, come on. Oh.
You know, sometimes when you know, you know.
Yeah. All right, 465.
Moving up 30 pounds.
With Jillian Funk on deck. That's how you go out in style. With a superstar. Welcome, are you presenting? Can I please have Emma?
465 for Emma. Here we go.
Athlete ready, just ready, go!
Oh.
And again, like we said, when you know, right? If it's not even going to break off the ground.
Rise and Defy Athletics said, no deadlift jack, powerlifting meet must have taken them all. That might be the case. We haven't seen one all weekend over here for the strongman stuff. Here we go, Jillian. Come on, break
right
it
at the
over.
knees.
I think she's just gonna take a beat.
It's excruciating when you get almost to your knees. You know, if you can get it over your kneecaps, you can at least give yourself a
Come
chance to
on.
hit.
Oh, she says, no, I'm good. Man. We got some blue collar innovators for our loaders, so no jack needed really.
Put a 2.5, put a 5 on the ground, roll it over. That'll be good enough. got 495 loaded up on the bar.
Here we go,
So
Hannah.
Hannah coming out for her third.
Here we go, Hannah. Come on, Hannah. No quit. Keeps going. Keep fighting, Hannah. Keep fighting.
Oh, she's just got to get her
Stand
through.
up. Stand
So
up.
close.
Come on.
Judge is making her
Oh,
work for it.
Look at that smile.
got the down command.
Come on.
awesome.
What a way to show it's not over till it's over. That was fantastic. Watch her right here. You'll see a little bit of a grin right there. She knows. She knows she's getting that down. Excellent control, Hannah. That was fantastic. All right, here goes Megan. Getting set.
So if Megan gets this, this will be our third athlete to pull 495.
Oh, fantastic. Dang it. That is
Beautiful hit.
fantastic
Beautiful
to
ramp.
look at.
Yeah. Hannah had to go down to a knee to get her her ammonia.
This is 515 pounds. Not only is it to win this event too, it's for a national record.
National record.
Yeah. I don't know if you can hear the MC just announced, obviously 5:15 to win the event, but then 5:15 would set a new national record.
Records have been mentioned off and on in the YouTube chat, so this is going to be exciting. These women weighed in at 141 pounds. Now going to lift 515. I think somebody earlier in the chat said, you know, will we see 500? Well, we're going to see just 500 and some change
little bit
right
more,
here in a
yeah.
bit. Wow, my gosh. We always like to put into perspective something that weighs 515
Bringing it back.
pounds and a baby grand piano,
Baby grand piano.
a blacksmith's anvil,
Yep.
and a small-ish motorcycle.
Small motorcycle. So
Small
yeah,
motorcycle.
for the people who weren't watching the live stream yesterday, over and over we were trying to contextualize some of the weights that were being moved around, so we would find the next closest animal, or in some cases inanimate object. A baby grand piano weighs roughly 515 pounds.
Yes. Rise and Defy, all the 495s had gas in the tank too. I agree.
Yeah.
They still had some room. All the ladies running out to cheer on Jessica. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!
That was that was awesome.
Freaking amazing! That's a national record.
She didn't even know she had an audience.
Gosh, look at how quick this goes up. They didn't even hardly have time to rally behind her. She had it up.
Yeah, aren't you supposed to have to
Fantastic.
try a little bit for a national record?
That was absolutely
So Yoni, our MC,
incredible.
just announced, we had this rule yesterday as well, if it's a national or world record attempt, they're actually giving the athletes a fourth attempt.
Oh,
There
that's
weren't-
correct.
There weren't any yesterday.
I forgot about that. So could she possibly go bigger?
I think if she wants to. Okay, she's scratching.
Okay.
Well, yeah,
Man.
one national record is enough, and then obviously she's got the rest of the contest to still go through.
Yeah.
She's got 3 more events.
That was fantastic to watch.
Spectacular
That
pull.
was
That
so
was
great.
really cool.
And you saw all the appreciation behind her of all of her team, or I say teammates, or her competitors. that are all behind her cheering her on. I love that. Yeah, Anthony said I had to rewind. It was too quick. It's just unreal.
Right.
Like, to watch how fast that went out. She could have put on a little bit of a show. Right there at the beginning, kind of grimaced a little bit, and then snapped that puppy up. That was crazy. All right, I think we're getting set up for the guys. We'll see what their open is. Our screen says 495, so we'll see if that's where they decide to land for their open.
Yeah, Rise and Defy agreed. Unfortunately, the reality of a full show breaking the record might cost them other events. Totally agreed, and I think that was the same conclusion from the athletes as well. So we only got to see one national record broken.
Awesome.
She didn't re-break her own.
Yeah.
It's okay. Leave some pounds for another day.
That was exciting. That was fantastic. All right, getting some clarification with the athletes coming out, what they're going to open at for the Kabuki Max deadlift. But yeah, you reminded me of something yesterday that athletes, none of them wanted to take advantage of, but Jessica definitely had an opportunity, and that was that fourth attempt.
Yeah.
You know, they have the 3 attempts to be able to get through the comp. That's exciting. All right, we're going to be able to get another interview here in just a bit. Of course, it is going to be with Jessica with that national record of 5:15. She weighed in yesterday at 141 pounds.
Yeah,
we need a reference of what weighs 141 pounds just to make the comparison.
So I pulled out the calculator on my phone right as she was walking up to this. 5:15 is, I guess, 5:15 is 3.65 times her body weight, or at least 3.65 times what she weighed at some point yesterday. Body weight multipliers, not a great comparison, right? But still.
A large bag of dog food.
A large bag
is
of
141 pounds.
Wow, where do they sell 141
Just picked up a baby.
pounds?
I know. I haven't bought dog food that's big.
Maybe Costco or something.
141 pounds. That's also could be compared to a small to medium dog. Just picked up a grand piano.
Wait, these are
I'm gonna pull up women's results and overall studio.
these are interesting
We're
comparisons.
going to kind of go through the women's scores here in just a little bit. Yeah, I think my AI's letting me down on some weirdness there.
If your AI thinks a small to medium dog is 141 pounds.
So what's a large dog?
Yeah, right. Jeez.
All right, as we see with that 5:15 deadlift, that does put Jessica in the lead for the women's 64 kg max kabuki deadlift. Hannah takes second with 495. Also second is Megan Davis with 495
points, and then 3 more athletes pulled 435, so they're all going to tie for, I guess, what would that be, 4th? And then 2 at 405, and Jessica at 305.
So here's overall. 16.5 points. Megan Davis takes the lead.
Maintains,
2 points is what separates first and second. Hannah Coldiron currently in second, and as you see, Jessica Helms 11.5. Half a point difference between third and fourth.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of these half points because, you know, I don't think there were any point splits in the first event. Can't remember.
Yeah.
But there were quite a few athletes who all finished on the same weight on the deadlift, so a lot of half points coming up. But Megan Davis with a 2-point lead, and then Hannah 3-point lead over Jessica.
And we're still in the second event. We have 5 total to get through for today.
Yeah.
So nothing, obviously, with it being the second event in general, nothing sealed up, but there could still be some, quite a bit of movement as we go through.
Movement up and movement down. We saw a lot of that yesterday as well with the amateurs. I think we're going to go over to Yoni and Jessica. Quick interview of the new.
Let's go to her now with her new
All right, I am here with Jessica Helms, who just broke a national record with 515 pounds. What brought you more enjoyment, the record or having the whole 64 class cheering for you behind you?
1000% the 64 class. That was a nice surprise.
You turned around and you're like, what is going on? All right. What's been the hardest thing so far? That record or taking off the deadlift suit to come out here for the interview?
I think we know the answer to that. They didn't get to see it, but it was definitely taking off the deadlift suit. Still holding parts of it.
Definitely. And then what event are you most looking forward to with the last three?
Probably the yoke and the power stairs. I've never done power stairs. Really excited about that. And then farmers.
Awesome. Now we go back to the 80-kilo men with the max deadlift.
So exciting for Jessica. That is incredible.
Alex Harris is ready. Alex, go ahead and walk up, man.
I think we're coming straight into
Yep, we are.
80-kilo men.
This is going to be excellent.
Alex coming out for his first attempt.
Are you going to make any predictions? What heaviness we're going to see today?
Yeah, I don't know. I think the likelihood of us just being hilariously inaccurate is pretty high.
It'd be entertainment.
So, Alex opening at 495.
Here we go, Alex. Okay.
That looked a lot less like a first attempt and a lot more like a last or nearly last warm-up. Spectacular pull from Alex.
Athlete ready. Judge ready. Go!
Dylan said he's looking forward to seeing Ricky pull 700 plus without a suit. So this is going to be exciting for today. Steven with, is that?
That was, 495.
615 coming up in just a bit.
Josh Kowaleski, you're starting us off. Cody Abel, you're on deck.
So
kind of getting these guys all straightened out.
Yeah, and pretty dramatic jump. Couple took 495 as their first, and then
We've got a little bit of wagers. $100 on Ricky, 700 plus. All right, 6:15, as we heard the MC say, there's going to be quite a few athletes that are going to have their first attempt be 6:15. These men weighed in at 176 pounds yesterday.
I think we'll probably pause the contextualization of the weights until we get up into kind of some second, third attempts.
Okay.
Figure out what weighs 615,
Okay.
right?
Josh is going to be next from Pennsylvania, out at 580 barbell, 31 years old.
Josh opening up with 6 plates and some change.
Josh not able to do what he wanted on the log, but we'll see if the deadlift is possibly where his jam is.
Getting strapped in. Gonna do the shimmy. The scooch, as we called it yesterday.
The scooch. All right, Josh, 6:15. Okay.
Yep.
Looked like a lot of preparation for something pretty easy there.
A lot of prep for not a lot of time spent lifting.
Look at that, just smooth as silk.
It's kind of how Strongman works, though, right? A lot of prep for not really a lot of time actually competing. Josh Kowaleski also coming in. 6:15.
There we go. Come on, Josh. A little bit of a hitch.
Yep.
Eagle up next with Corey Goodrich on deck.
Big breath. Little bit of shake.
A little bit of it, yeah, a little shake, a little bit of a hitch, but this is strongman. Hitching is allowed, and a lot of times it's encouraged, right?
Here we go, Cody Abel.
Cody Abel coming in also 6:15.
Athlete ready, judges ready, go!
Really short straps.
Yeah, and also the first I think that we've seen that was not using figure eights, but
Excellent.
had zero impact on his ability to pull 6:15.
That was really quick.
Coming off the stage with a purpose.
Yeah, CJ said 12 weeks of prep for less than 12 minutes of work.
Corey Goodrich also opening at 6:15.
You know, this feels fitting since we're here in Mesquite, Texas. I took rodeo in college,
Okay.
and they talked about the actual amount of time that a bull works in its lifetime. It's like 30 minutes.
Yeah.
And it's in its entire life.
Yeah.
You know, 8 seconds at a time.
Yeah.
About 30 minutes.
I hope these athletes don't have the same ultimate fate though that the bull has, right?
They just put him out to pasture. What do you mean?
Yeah.
They get to retire eating grass and laying in the shade.
AKA the glue factory.
No.
Another set of pretty short straps. Look at that.
Just doing the one over with
Yep.
Mason.
Sometimes that's all you need.
All right, here we go. 6:15. Okay. Could have went a little heavier on our first attempts. Maybe some of them are really realizing that now.
Zach Schultz coming out 6:15 on his first as well. This would be our 6th athlete opening at 6:15, which means we've still got 3 more after Zach that are going to open even heavier than 6:15.
Athlete ready, judge ready, go!
Here we go, Zach. Zach's the last of our 6:15ers.
Yep.
For sure, so easy.
Next increment up. 6:15. Steve Coyne at 6:45.
J-Max said Zach is freaking insane. My money is on him winning the comp overall. Okay.
Got a first or nearly first kind of overall predictions.
All right, going up to 6:45, then 6:85. A lot of the 6:15ers, this is also their second attempt at 6:45, so you'll kind of see a lot of the same folks that we saw, but they will have to go back down to 5:25.
Yep. You know, we saw this with a couple of the results with the women. It looks like a lot of these athletes are all pulling the first and second and maybe third attempt, so we're going to see a lot of points splitting, which could help the people near the top to just keep spacing out on points perspective. Steven with a spectacularly easy 6:45 though.
I'm going to sound really ignorant. What are the strings? Are those on his shorts? Those are on his shorts.
They're on his deadlift suit.
I've never seen them with strings like that.
Yeah, it's kind of like a corset-esque kind of tightener on each side.
Okay.
floor crew getting some plates changed, going up to 685.
For their open.
One of the floor crew guys, Will Yeager right there in that turquoise shirt. Will worked all day yesterday as our MC for our amateur show, and he's back out here on the floor.
Moving weight.
Moving weight.
Our MC today actually competed yesterday.
Yeah, that's true. Yoni was on the platform yesterday. He's on the mic today. Will was on the mic yesterday. He's on the floor today helping out.
All right, Harold Carter.
Harold Carter opening
685.
685. If I recall, 685 was the heaviest weight that any of the 90-kilo athletes pulled yesterday, the heaviest third attempt. We had a couple attempts, 725, but I think 685 was the heaviest successful attempt. So
I think you're right.
Harold's opener is heavier than the thirds of the 90-kilo athletes, and heavier than the thirds of a lot of the 105 guys, too.
Look at that face of determination. Going to a place inside to be able to lift that 685. Straighten those legs.
Yep, get the hip through. It came off the floor so fast.
Wow.
Slow down a bit at the top, which makes sense.
Look at his face. Look at his face.
That's where a deadlift suit starts to just not really matter, but he pushed it through, got his hips locked out, got the down command.
I'm holding my breath with him.
And then
all right,
first attempt.
This guy Viper pressed the log earlier.
Yep. Just based on the size of his forearms, I'd imagine.
Any suit on Harold? I can't tell for sure.
I don't
actually
think so. And Richard also, I think,
looking at
not
him, I don't think
suit.
he does. He's got the knee sleeve. Yeah, I don't think he does.
So our two heaviest first attempts.
There goes Richard. Here we go. Oh, and got it.
The two unsuited deadlifts. And the deadlift suit, obviously, it's not going to get as much as like a squat suit.
J-Mac thinks that he might have one on, but it's single ply. I don't know. That really does not look like a suit.
No.
I'm looking at him right now, and
yeah,
it's...
I have... Well, no, yeah, you can see in the back. Yeah,
I do see it. You're right, J-Mac. You're right. Man.
Good call, man.
Right. Richard is crazy. That was incredible.
Richard, I think, is pretty well confirmed that he is not in a suit at all. Deadlift suit usually isn't going to add as much as like a squat suit would on a squat or a bench shirt would on an equipped bench. It's going to add some weight, but not as much, not as dramatic.
I already see some of the jumps for the guys who opened at 685. 725.
A couple of,
is the jump they want to make from
Couple
685. So this is gonna be Alex with 525.
Yeah, J-Mac, good call. You can always tell from the setup if they've got a suit, right? If they're doing
That's true.
the scooch, the little sea walk to get their feet in.
The scooch. That's a technical term.
Alex coming in 525. Alex with a successful attempt at 525. So just because we saw a couple guys pull 685 on their first, again, like we've been kind of repeating all weekend, it doesn't mean that 525 is light, right? That's still a lot of weight. Alexander Moy also pulling 525 in his second. I think Alexander's probably going to take the award for the weekend of the best tights.
And socks.
Yeah.
Gets it. Great job, Alexander.
Great pull, Alex.
Just floats up.
Yeah.
All right, now all the guys that opened up at 615 are now going to move to 645.
Yep.
Corey Goodrich. You'll be my first athlete.
Corey Goodrich coming out to start off the group of the 645 attempts.
Hi from France. Well, hi from Mesquite, Texas. All right, here goes Corey. These openers are crazy. You're absolutely right, Brad. 645 for second attempt.
All the 615 attempts look pretty great, so I'd imagine most, if not all, of the 645s are going to probably look pretty similar. Oh, Corey just...
Come on, Corey.
Just below the knees. He's got time. Looks like he knows, though.
I was waiting for Cody to come out and scream at him. As happened earlier.
Josh Hendrickson also coming in 645 in his second.
All right, Josh. Excellent. Plenty left.
J-Mac in the YouTube comments. I don't know if I necessarily agree that there should be a separate podium for water cuts, maybe like a separate award ceremony, right? But yeah, I'd be really curious to actually learn what most of these athletes are walking around at today, if they're, you know.
Yeah, he says arguably harder than the comp. For sure.
I've done some cuts, not nearly as dramatic as I assume most of these guys have done, and yeah, it's rough. It is unpleasant.
All right,
Cody
here
coming
goes
in,
Cody.
645.
A little bit of a hitch, and got it. Yeah. He seems right at, just kind of this feels right.
Yeah.
Right where Cody's at with those weights.
We saw a lot of amateur athletes yesterday when they would get to kind of the spot that Cody was at there, the bar starts to slow down. They didn't know what to do, right? And Cody, obviously a veteran competitor, he's been here before. He's practiced this. His hitch went up pretty much as fast as the bar had come off the ground.
Yeah. Oh, Zach, you've got time.
Oh, he pulled 615 violently.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, 3 seconds. If he's in motion, oh, man.
Hate to see it. Valiant effort.
Can I please get Mason up? Josh isn't doing 645, right? Thank you. Josh ready. Athlete ready.
Okay.
Go.
Mason also coming in, 645. 645 is where we've seen some of the athletes start to break. We start to see some of them drop off.
Here we go. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah. So I got a little blood on the bar.
Yeah.
He felt it.
I wonder what he's going to do, if he's going to take a third attempt. I've torn calluses myself, and it hurts a lot.
I think he almost pointed like right where his thumb bends
Ooh,
into his
the web,
hand.
yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
he
man.
kind of pointed right there. So
that's-
I'm wondering, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, a torn callus, you can at least kind of tape it up, right? Turn your hand kind of into a club. I don't know what you can do for kind of your thumb web, right? We'll see. Great pull, though.
All right, that was our last 645, so now moving up to 685.
Yep.
And then to 725 for a second attempt. This is going to be exciting. Second attempt right now will be 685. Quite the discussion about water cutting and recovery in the live chat on YouTube.
Yeah, I mean, it's a component of the sport, right? It's a risk that you take, that you're going to deplete yourself too much.
Woo,
Steven with
Steven, come on.
a
That looked
hilariously non-dramatic attempt at 685.
Now going to load 725 on the bar. Wow. Harold Carter and Richard, as predicted, many in the chat would do well at this comp. These guys are great deadlifters, so this is going to be exciting.
Yeah, the chat has moved quite a bit, and it would take a lot of scrolling. I can't remember what someone had said, at least the U.S. record for lightweight is somewhere in the sevens. I feel like it was in like sub 750. Chad, if you can remind us the number that we had seen earlier.
Mm-hmm.
We're using so much weight, we have to go through the skinny plates to fit it all in.
Yoni, our MC, just announced the team on the floor is having to almost completely reload the barbell. We had so many plates on there that they ran out of sleeve space, and so they had to pull all the wider rubber plates off and reload the really skinny weighted out plates.
715
Okay, so
was CJ, yeah,
CJ,
715.
yeah, two different athletes about to pull, or at least attempt, 10 pounds over your record. We'll see how they do, but you gotta love to see that.
Yeah, 715 is U.S. record.
Yep.
Standing. All right, here we go.
Harold coming up, getting hyped, getting ready, getting angry.
Here we go. CJ said source. I did it. Thank you, CJ. All right, Harold. 725 for a second attempt. Is this correct?
Yep.
Oh my goodness.
He's got time. He's got 23 seconds. He's got time.
Here we go. Come on, Harold. Oh, just can't quite get it off the ground.
I did see daylight under
all the plates.
The plates.
Wow.
Didn't get 725, but there's really not a lot of people who could break 725 off the ground.
All right, here goes Richard.
CJ, I think your record's got about 8.5 seconds of life left.
Here we go. Oh my gosh. Phenomenal. That was incredible.
Yeah. And I don't even know
They just say 550. No, what did they say? 955. What did they just say?
555. Yeah, we still got some athletes with some third pulls. I'm not even sure if
R.I.P. to my record.
Yeah, promoters. I'm not even sure if we're aware that.
Wow.
There was a national record just set. There we go. Yep.
He knows now.
We got James Deffenbaugh, CEO of
He still has
Strongman
one more lift
Corporation.
to go.
I know.
Yeah.
CEO of Strongman Corporation just came in and verified, obviously, that we've got a brand new U.S. record.
That was amazing.
Yeah.
So exciting.
Magical mullet with a crown in the chat. You're right. Richard is now the king of the deadlifts, right?
King Richard.
And again, not to like, beat a dead horse. No suit.
Really?
I'm about 90% sure that was no suit. I mean, when you see him from the back, the shoulders are usually the give, right? That's where your straps are going to be. I mean, even if it isn't a suit, it's still, it's incredible.
It's fantastic.
Judges ready, go!
Alex, can he get the hitch? Can he get the ramp?
He's working at it.
I think he got those hips through. He got the down command.
Oh, he got it.
That's awesome. Love to see
got it. That look of success.
Yeah. I think you could probably call that a true max, right?
Fantastic. Look at that smile. He knows it was doing that last little tug that he had it.
Alex Moy also coming in, 555 on a third. Pretty well practiced hitch. Awesome pull. And a bow.
And man, look at the determination in that slow-mo. He knew.
All right, so a handful made it through the 645 gauntlet. Looks like we've got three more coming, or I guess still moving. 685 up next. Or, excuse me, three more got through 645. Still got Richard with, if he wants to, pulling more than 725.
I mean, he has two more attempts. He has his third attempt, and then he could take a fourth, correct?
Yeah. But he set a national record on a second attempt. So.
Yeah. So exciting. When Richard does that third attempt, will we see, like with the women, will we see the whole 80 kg competitors be behind him?
Yeah, she had the audience. I hope so. I mean, that's assuming he even bothers taking a third, though, right? Josh Hendrickson coming in, 685 on his third, doing the shimmy.
Here we go. And, okay. Oh, my goodness. Just needed to break over.
Josh gonna call it right there.
Rise and Defy Athletics says, I don't think Ricky will take a third unless someone hits 725 or higher.
Yeah, and Rise, none of the athletes, there's none left. There's going to be a couple. We've got 3 that are going to take a third attempt at 685, and then they're out of attempts. So I think you're right. I'd imagine Ricky's just gonna wave off his third.
All right, Cody wanting a little bit of adjustment with the weight. So when he steps up, he's ready. Doesn't want the bar crooked. That's a lot of weight.
Athlete ready. Just ready. Go!
All right, Cody. 685. Let's do it.
Come on, Cody.
It's right at the kneecap.
Oh. Now going to Mason Cup.
Yep. Third athlete attempting 685.
Stephen Coyne, you're on deck. 18 seconds.
Nice.
Oh, nice. So I said before we were out of third attempts from the rest of the athletes. I was wrong. I misspoke. Stephen Coyne has a third attempt, and he
at
is gonna have
725.
725 loaded.
You're so right.
Well, I'm right now. I was wrong before.
We got Stephen Cash Money Coyne.
Yeah. This is his third attempt at 725.
Steven with the American-themed sweatband. He's got the
Flames on the calves.
literally
and shins.
fire socks.
He's making sure Lance catches his good side, but the problem is the other side is the good side.
And over on the other side of the convention center, this is Grid League still competing. They are very loud.
Some fun CrossFit here at the North Texas Strength Expo. So many things. They had the kids Strongman earlier today, powerlifting.
So,
all right, here we go. 725. He'll be the second man in the building to do it.
Yeah, let's see if he's got 725 in him.
Come on. Oh my God.
So,
Richard's got to go now.
yeah. Turns out, at least right now, there's some space at the top.
I see on our score sheet that I think, though, that they're going to call it at 725. Looks like Richard is going to call it.
That's probably the play. I
Yeah.
mean, they, they'll split first and second points. That's
Yeah.
okay.
Oh, hang on just a second. Maybe changing their mind a little bit. Richard's talking with
Richard.
James, so going to have some conversations. So we're going to see how this all shakes out.
Rise and Defy, you're right. This
He's
is
trying to decide right now. You can see him.
Yeah,
you can see him trying to
yeah,
decide.
you
Do I
can
want
barely
to
see them
do
on
it?
camera.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit of horse trading.
I think he's going to go up.
Horse trading going on.
735.
735.
So he's going to go up 10 pounds.
He's going to attempt to break.
He
his
seemed pretty lackadaisical with the, yeah, I'll go ahead and do it.
record. Yeah, like, oh,
He
yeah,
kind of
okay,
shrugged his
if
shoulder
I
with
have
it, and
to.
he was like, yeah, I'll go ahead.
Yeah, okay. I mean,
This is going to be exciting.
given what 725 looked like,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah. Wants to take the win of this event. And it's his third attempt. He technically has one more he could do. I think he's just wanting to go ahead and win this event.
Yep. In a group like this, you know, we've got 11 competitors, but these are 11 really, really high-level competitors, and so any opportunity to pick up some points is probably a pretty good idea.
Rise and Defy Athletics said score sheet is live.
Rise and Defy really holding the chat down.
I know.
We appreciate you.
You are a chat room leader.
Yes. Because we're up here, we're doing our best, but we don't have as quick, easy access to all this information.
Here comes Richard.
CJ Magical Mullet, surprised I don't do 7:30. I kind of am too. Right.
It's a 10-pound jump.
I thought for a second we didn't even have.
Maybe he chose it. I don't know.
Yeah. I thought for a second we just didn't even have 2.5s, right? Like we just ran out of space because they had to bring so many 45-pound plates. But over there on the tree on the other side of the
He wants
platform,
2 minutes, which is understandable.
Yeah.
He wants about 2 minutes. He just went a little bit ago.
Give that man. And look, Richard, taking a sit. Probably
Yeah.
a solid idea.
How easy are we going to see this go up?
I mean, like we said, 7:25 looked like the speed that I can pull about 3:15. So, yeah, 10 pounds. A 10-pound jump's kind of a rounding error at that point, right?
So exciting. A true America's Strongest with a record breaker. About to see a 80 kg man weighed in at 176 yesterday pick up 735 pounds for the American record.
I think now we need to contextualize 735 pounds. Richard getting strapped in. Make sure everybody's good to go. Here we go.
Oh my, so much more left in the tank. That was incredible. You just saw the American record broke, 7:35.
We saw his own 10-minute-old American record rebroken.
A pretty large pony.
A pretty large pony weighs 735 pounds, which means he's 2 different times.
He does get a 4th attempt, Rise and Defy Athletics, but I doubt he's going to take it since he took the record and his 3rd attempt with 7:35.
You don't get extra points for continuing to win this event by more and more. So yeah, I think
We're gonna cut to y'all, run through the scores,
Okay.
and then we're gonna do an interview.
Okay, cool. So as you just heard, Chance, our producer, we're going to do some scores, and then we're going to go to Yanni down on the floor, I'm sure, to talk to the new king of deadlifts for the lightweight.
We're going to start the next event at 2:25.
2:25 Mesquite time is when we're going to start our next event. It is currently 2:11.
Yep.
So Richard, of course, on top with that American record, 735.
735 pounds. And Steven, not to undercut anything that you've done, his 725 looked spectacular.
Yeah.
And then Mason and Harold tied for 3rd, 685. Again, still just an incredible amount of weight. Some more points split at 615 and some
Our
more at
leaderboard that
645.
puts Richard at the top with 22 points in second. Mason Cup. This is after 2 events, 17.5. 1 point under him is Steven.
Yep.
And then with 15 points, Harold. 14. You even look all the way down to 8th place because there is money For 4th through 8th place gets $500. 3rd place will get $1,000. Second at $2,000, and 1st place $5,000. Of course, we do have 3 other events to get to today. In just a few minutes, we'll get ready for that next event here in Mesquite, Texas, for the North Texas Strength Expo. Going to go with Yanni in just a bit with one of the athletes. So just waiting on him.
Somewhere. Yanni's coming back around.
It's going to be just a little bit as those athletes get ready.
On screen now, Derek Owens, North Texas Strength Expo creator.
Yanni having a little battle there.
World-class strongman himself,
Chest bump.
Yanni. Yanni did a number on his hamstring yesterday. I don't know if wrestling a guy that big is really a good idea.
Yeah. This has been so exciting.
Spectacular performances on both classes. I mean, as expected, right? I mean, this is America's strongest, so.
The next event we're looking forward to is the yoke, zercher, and sandbag steeplechase. They'll have 60 seconds. As long as it's the same as it was yesterday, they're going to have the competitors carry the yoke and then grab the sandbag, do the yoke back, grab the sandbag again.
Yep.
All right, we've got Yanni with Richard on the floor with his new American state record.
All right, we have Richard Panganaban with me. He's off to a hot streak. He won the first event with 10 reps. Second place was only at 7 reps. He just won the second event, the Kabuki Max deadlift, with 735 pounds. He broke the national record twice, 725, 735. What was going through your mind when you were breaking the record 2 times in a row?
Just standard weight, man. This is what I do on a daily. This is what I pull. I wanted to pull more, but I didn't. Right now, I'm just doing enough. Just doing enough to win.
That's just standard weight for him. We did the math. It was 4.17 times your body weight from when you weigh in for this competition. How much more can you go?
Sky's the limit, man. I want the world one. If I'm being honest, if I get the opportunity.
What's the world record?
Tell me to pull it, I'll pull it.
All right, so we got 3 more events to go. Which event are you looking forward to the most now?
Everything now, man. I mean, the last 2 events were my bread and butter. Overhead press, I'm saucy with that. Deadlifts it's just my foundation, powerlifting foundation. Everything else is, it's a game now. It's on. So I'm ready.
All right, I'm gonna let Richard go because he needs to rest up for the Zercher and Sandbag steeplechase. I'll see you in a bit.
You heard Yanni, that's right. Richard said that was normal weight for him. That's exciting.
Yeah, I wonder what heavy is to Richard. That was spectacular. So
they're going to get the floor ready. We'll be back in just a bit with America's Strongest here at Mesquite, Texas at North Texas Strength Expo. Welcome back to America's Strongest. Oh, there's Will.
Hey, Will.
We are here at Mesquite, Texas at the North Texas Strength Expo for the women's 64 kg and the men 80 kg. First place, $5,000. Second place, $2,000. Third, $1,000. And fourth through eighth place will get $500.
Still $500.
This is the third event for today?
Third event for today, and this is, like we talked about a lot yesterday, this is the first of the events that you could make a reasonable case for them actually being two events on their own. This is the Zurcher yoke into sandbag steeplechase. So the athletes are going to go down the 25-foot course, drop the yoke, run back, grab a bag, run back, load that over the yoke crossbar, and then when they finish that, they're going to then just do it again. Yes.
All the way back across. Going head-to-head?
Yeah, this is the first of the head-to-head events, which will be awesome. Obviously, all the athletes have been just solo on the press and the deadlift, so they get to actually kind of race and directly compete against each other, which is cool. The women are going to be using 295 on the yoke, and 295 on a yoke, even for women, an actual yoke, tremendously light, but again, this is a Zurcher. You're carrying
out in front,
crook,
yeah.
You're carrying the crooks of your arms.
Yeah.
And then their sandbag weighs, 59 pounds more than they weighed yesterday,
Yeah.
200 pounds.
In the chats, somebody mentioned that they think the point spread will start to happen now. I think so too. Once you get into that third event, fourth event, things kind of start to move around and shift. You kind of get separated in some things.
Yeah, and especially, we've been seeing in both events a lot of point splits with ties. And especially if that doesn't happen to the people at the top, the ones and twos, that's how they start to really space out. Richard in the 80 kilo men, he's won the first two events, so he's got 22. I think he's right now got the 4.5 point lead over the next closest. And yeah, I think you're right. I'd imagine that's going to continue spacing out as we get further along into this. So we get started in, say, just 1 minute.
Yep.
Maybe a little bit more than that. First head-to-head, Jessica Perselli and Joanne Hagedorn on the Zurcher sandbag steeplechase.
Back to the starting position, grab a sandbag and toss it over the Zurcher, over the yoke to finish their run. It's the fastest time wins. Athlete ready. You can get a good. Athlete ready. Judges ready. Go!
I take that back. Looks like Joanne's going to be going solo.
Okay.
We do have an odd number of women athletes, I think, so someone is going to have to go alone. Good, solid pick. Over the yoke.
Only 60 seconds to move. Technically 4 things.
Four things, yeah. And we
like
150 feet of movement, which, as we know, 150 feet of moving for a strongman athlete, that's a lot. That's like a marathon.
Oh, slowing down a bit.
This is where you start to really get the burn. You're taking as deep breaths as you can, but
got to get it over big hips here.
Each additional breath, you're not actually making up any space. She's got it up over the crossbar. Can she get her arms back? Oh, she got it in time. That was awesome.
Give it up for Joanne Hagedorn, starting us up strong with the first completion. Jessica Perselli,
All right, now we're going to go head to head. Both women in their 40s. This makes me so happy.
Look at that. Strong man, strong woman, definitely not only a sport for the young.
No.
Floor crew getting a yoke crossbars adjusted a little bit. Something we saw over and over and over yesterday was athletes setting their yoke crossbars too high.
Yeah.
And the moment their yoke skids would touch these stall mats, they would catch and just completely stop all their momentum. It looks like all or probably almost all of these athletes today have chosen a lower yoke crossbar, so giving up a little bit of effort on the pick itself, but then reducing the likelihood of a catch, and then making that sandbag load a little bit simpler too.
We did see some shouldering of the sandbags as well yesterday.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to see that again.
Holy moly.
Jessica and Megan almost literally neck and neck.
Oh,
Jessica.
I mean, nearly. Oh, she got away with it faster. Megan getting over, got to get back across. Yeah, when these mats for sure, that yoke has no slide.
Yes, as we just saw Megan get launched back. Excuse me, Jessica get launched back. Megan got the second bag up. It looks like at monumental effort. I think there's probably 10 or 15 seconds left.
Oh man, oh man. Not able to complete this event for either one of these ladies.
Yep. And we saw that over and over and over yesterday. And with the 64 kilo women using the weights of yesterday's 82 kilo women, you know, it's even more difficult.
Yeah, a lot of strategy for your height right here for sure. Rise and Defy Athletics. That's your pick height here for sure, because it's not just where you're zerchering, and it's also where you have to get a bag over.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Higher crossbar makes your zercher pick easier, but it opens up a lot of risk on the yoke catching the mats. And we even saw this a little bit on the first couple of heats. Higher crossbar is going to make the sandbag load more difficult. So I think each of the athletes has kind of a preset crossbar, so we're going to see the floor crew adjusting them for each height or each heat. Up now, Jillian.
This is going to be exciting.
Woo!
Even when you feel like you're going as fast as you can, it does not feel fast enough in this event.
Yeah. But when we saw a couple times yesterday, I'd be curious to see if this happens. You'd see an athlete make a mistake,
Carlin taking the lead.
a misstep a little bit right, and then in their kind of frantic effort to make up time, they just keep making more mistakes, right?
Yeah. Carly doing great.
Carly coming up for the second.
Big hips here. She got it.
Awesome.
Oh, and a little cute flip.
Jillian's got 15 seconds. The load seems unlikely, but any distance. Yeah, okay.
She said no.
Looks like she's calling it.
I've got 2 other events. Yeah, you just heard Shelly, one of the show promoters, said they don't get distance. So they're not really trying to, once they can't pick that bag up, it's all about how many implements you complete, not the distance.
Okay, so then does that mean that the 3 that haven't
I think they'll just get counted for how far they took that yoke. Is that what you're talking about?
Well, I think if they're counting implements, like the only time that you get is if you complete the entire event, I think. If they don't complete it, they just get counted for the implements, not implements and distance.
Correct.
And so then I think that means that the 3 that haven't finished are all 3 tied. Oh, it sounds like
Derek I think is going to
Owens
get some clarification too.
confirming with Yoni, the MC, on how points are going to work out for these. Emma and Jessica coming up.
Wow.
Emma with what looks like a slightly higher yoke. I think I'm wrong.
This may separate them as how that bag pick goes. Oh, just a little bit quicker. Jessica goes over the bar already.
But Emma not that far behind.
Oh, a little bit sideways.
Still 40 seconds to go, though. They're on a pretty quick pace.
30 seconds to go.
Jessica clearly no worse for wear for setting a national record in the deadlift. This is a really heavy, low back intensive event as well.
295 yoke and 200-pound bag.
Hannah, lane 1, Megan, lane 2.
Another heat coming up.
80 kilo men.
Hannah and Megan, like we talked about a couple times before, these athletes are now going in kind of reverse order of their current points. So the people in the lead are going to be going last. It gives them kind of the luxury of at least knowing theoretically what they'll have to do, whether they can perform to that level, right, to keep their lead. You know, that's what we're on the platform for, but they at least know what they've got to do. Some last minute yoke crossbar height adjustments. Looks like Megan had hers pulled up a little bit. I think they're both 5'5".
Very interesting.
Let's see if this has any impact on. No, did they reset it back then?
Nope, they're different heights. This will be exciting.
I think so. I think this one
295 Zercher down.
On to the bag. Both with pretty quick, solid bag picks.
Here we go, here we go. Megan getting just a bit ahead. A little bit of swinging with Hannah.
Yep. And Megan with that higher yoke crossbar height, it's going to give her a little bit of advantage in the yoke pick itself, right? And zero issues with the load.
Oh.
I think Megan
so good.
Probably in the lead. And 80s action movie high five.
That concludes the women's third event. We'll now reset for the men, and they will get started.
That went super fast.
That was so fast. Yeah.
Gonna do a little bit of the women's scores. We're gonna see how they shook out for this event, and also where that leaves everybody with their totals.
Yeah, kind of cumulative scores. I think, like they said in the chat, though, I think this is kind of where, if you've got the momentum, you're going to keep the momentum. I think that the last two, obviously in 1 and 2, I think they had the 2 fastest times on this event as well. So I think they're probably going to keep their spots. But we'll see how things play out for the rest of the field. Still, obviously, podium, third place, and then just about every single one of them, there's money on the line too, right?
Just by 2 seconds, Megan takes the lead in that event. Hannah with 32.2 and Jessica 35.
Yep.
Bit of a separation between third and fourth with 4 seconds. And then
Jessica, Megan, and
out.
Jillian all tied because they're not taking distance, not taking split times. It's just the number of implements that you complete.
You're right. That does leave Megan at the top with 3-point separation with second place.
Yep. Jessica, what's that, 4 points out? She took third on that event. She won the deadlift, but I can't remember, was Jessica one of the athletes that had struggled on the press? So Emma at 17, Carly at 15.5, Megan and Jillian tied at 11.5 apiece, Joanna and Jessica at 6.5 and 5.5. So coming up, 80 kilo men, same event. yoke and sandbag steeplechase. I'm not sure if we're going to do an athlete interview.
Yeah, they're kind of checking in to see. That went super fast, and I can only imagine the men's group's going to go just as fast. So they may be getting ready for the yoke and power stairs. Just kind of, I mean, you're going to be warm. I mean, you just came off this event.
Right, yeah, you get, compared to a normal strongman show. Oh, looks like we're probably going to cut
Yoni's got
over to
one of the young ladies.
Now the cut at some point.
All right, we got Jessica Berzelli right here right now, and I want to talk to her because earlier today she told me that right before OSG she had a major injury, and I want to ask her a little bit about the journey from last November to testing it today at America's Strongest Woman 64 Kilo 2025. Jessica, what's this journey been like to today?
It's been hard. The injury was November 18th, so it's been 7 months now, at least 8. But the road to recovery was really hard. I had to start working with a special doctor that was like 2.5 hours away. He rehabbed me back to health, lots of movement, lots of spine health, and because I had like 5 herniated discs. I had a bulge disc that went left and a bulge disc below it that went right, and it was like lots of messed up spines. So it was like a really slow comeback. I wasn't able to train at the weights that I would have liked to. This competition was really hard on the upper back and the T-spine. My coach tried to talk me out of it because he thought it was just going to be too much. But I spent 8 weeks driving up to Wisconsin, working with the doctor to rehab me to where I am now. So I'm just really happy to be healthy and to be able to be out here with these girls, having fun, doing what I love.
I love that. So real quick, so for you, what was the goal for today? Obviously, you knew you weren't going to be able to hit the numbers to win it all, but what was the goal for today?
The goal for today was to not get injured, number 1. And number 2 is to just have fun. This is what I love to do. Like, I pour my heart and soul into this. I'm one of the first lightweight pros to ever be given a pro card for women. So to still be competing, because most of the pros that got their pro card then are not out here still. So just to be able to keep doing what I love and be out here with these fucking freaking amazing women, it's just really awesome. So I just wanted to come out here and have some fun. So.
Awesome. Thank you so much to Jessica for being so passionate about strongman for all these years. I'm glad you're back and still competing. Let's get ready for that next event. See you guys. For the men, the yoke is at 425 pounds and the sandbag is 300 pounds.
America's Strongest Man, 105 kilo.
It's just wild because I'm looking around all these people here, a lot of them been competing 9, 10.
You have a 3-time shit.
All right, we are starting event 3 for the 8-kilo event. The Zercher Sandbag event. Athlete ready.
All right, here we go with Alex.
Alex coming up. Zercher sandbag steeplechase. 425 pounds on the yoke. Same weight the 105-kilo men were using yesterday. And then the sandbag, 300 pounds, which is actually the sandbag that the full open heavyweight men were using yesterday. Alex, a little bit of a struggle with the pick of the bag, which, you know, reasonable.
It's 300 pounds. Oh boy, got it.
Got the load. I think we heard Yoni say he's got about 25 or so seconds. 20 seconds left.
Oh.
He's got time to get this leg.
He's calling it.
Yep.
Okay.
Seeing a little bit of strategy come in there. The likelihood of him being able to pick and carry that back down pretty slim, so he's saving some energy. Looks like they've started to populate social media handles in here. Alexander Moy is the feta cheese on Instagram, I assume that is.
I saw someone saying something about feta in the YouTube chat, and I was like, I don't think I catch
that.
So this makes sense now.
That's all. The 80-kilo men, like the women, they have an odd number of athletes in the class, and so first one up had to go alone, but everybody from here on is going to be head-to-head.
All right, please get under the bar when you're ready, gentlemen.
All right, here we go.
Athletes ready. Judges ready. Go!
Alexander able to get that pick first.
Yeah.
Alex moving on to the feet. Now we got the Zercher loading. We got 50 seconds to go. We're working with a 300-pound bag.
300-pound bag coming up.
Showing to be all there with that bag.
Yep.
35 seconds to go.
Alexander breathing through it. You can see him moving.
Yep.
Got it.
Both of them onto the second leg of the yoke.
A little bit of swing with Alexander. Had to reset.
Yep.
Oh my goodness. It's like once the swing starts.
Yeah, the wobbles.
Got to go straight up
15
with
seconds
it.
to finish up.
There he goes. Now he's got his rhythm.
There you go.
And he's going to call it as well. Nobody wants to pick that bag up twice so far.
I was going to say this. I mean, obviously no surprise that 300-pound bag for 175-pound athletes is heavy, but
yeah.
I mean, 3 down, no finishers. Is anybody going to be able to finish this?
This is going to be exciting.
Up next, Josh and Zach.
Josh getting some clarification. Want to know if they could start under it. And yeah, you can start with your hands under the yoke.
Yeah, good thing to clarify, right?
I see you, Zach. I'm just waiting for the ball. Awesome. Gentlemen, get under the bar, please.
All right, here we go.
Josh and Zach about to go.
Josh getting it a little bit faster than Zach, but Zach making some steps quite a bit faster.
Josh not wearing a grip shirt. I wonder if that's going to impact his ability to hold these bags and these yokes. Both of them moving pretty fast on that first bag load.
Zach, a little bit of a lead there.
Now, I mean, they have 30 seconds left.
They'll be the first.
They will be the first,
yeah, to get this second bag over.
Looks like
Come on.
Josh is, he's going to try to repick. Zach is taking some steps. But is just.
He knows he doesn't get distance, so he's like, do I?
Just dying.
With only 5 seconds left, both of them call it.
Steeplechase claims 2 more.
This is going to be wild. This is going to be wild. This is going to be a really good heat right here.
Yes, I mean, right now, all 5 athletes have got credit for 3 implements. They're all splitting points. Especially if we have, the 2 athletes in the very last heat, they finish is just going to absolutely wreck the points.
Harold Carter, Stephen Cash Money Coin, y'all are on deck.
This is brutal after max deadlift. Anthony chimed in on the chat with YouTube for sure.
Well, so Anthony, here's the thing. Once we finish this yoke event,
we go right back into another yoke event.
We've got another
with
yoke
power
event.
stairs, basically deadlifting pins upstairs.
Yeah. So two kind of double events in a row.
This is the one to watch, I'm telling you. This is going to be one of the many. Yeah, Josh versus Cody head-to-head. Dreams are made of. Yeah,
right.
I was going to say, these two guys I have seen before.
Yeah,
I knew this was going to be wild.
Kind of competed with and around each other a lot.
Yeah.
Both of them with a pretty quick
Gosh, Cody
bag
is
load.
so
What
fast. He is
Yoni
so
just say
fast.
about 15 seconds.
Oh my
pass.
gosh. Cody's definitely made some separation from Josh here.
I mean, both of them right in 30 seconds to go.
Oh, wow.
Both of them right now in rare air.
No errors. He'll be doing good. Oh, he's got it. Just big hips, big hips. Oh my gosh, this will give Josh a chance. Josh having the same trouble. Nice.
Off camera, thankfully, because I think there's some children watching. Cody had a
little bit of symbolism
for the camera.
A little bit of symbolism there.
That was awesome. Oh, it's to Yoni. Oh, he's saying he's going to see Yoni outside in the parking lot.
Oh. All right. He said, give me a kiss.
Give him a kiss.
I feel like this is a love hate.
Oh, look at the love. Well, that was off camera.
I know, we missed it. That was love. That was love right there.
Competition, but there's affection here, too.
You know, there's a fine line between love and hate. So, it's like we just saw it happen right there.
Some may say. Awesome. Awesome performance by
It was
both
like
of those
hatefully
guys.
adorable.
Would you say that could be a good description of lightweight strongman?
Yeah.
Sorry, guys, too soon.
All right, here we go. This also gonna be an incredible heat.
Yep.
Oh my goodness. Man.
Harold fresh off a 685 pull and Steven fresh off a 725 pull.
Harold a little bit faster to his bag.
Yeah. Oh my
like
God.
Like a jump pick? Is that what that was?
Did he
having to readjust a little though?
That pick was so fast, but
Steven ends up getting it there quicker.
Just
no mistakes here, Steven, to keep the lead for this heat.
Steven, steady and smooth.
Harold having trouble
couple
getting
times
the
yesterday.
bag over.
Slow is smooth and smooth is fast, right? And Steven is smooth.
Oh. I think Harold's getting in his head at this point. Things are starting to feel heavy and hard.
You get
a little bit of swing on the yoke.
Right. And you're just, and Steven.
Oh, no.
I hope
this gives Harold a little bit of time and a little bit of chance if he can.
Impacted that crossbar.
I mean, when your body decides it's heavy.
It's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Steven brutal result. He put in all of the work to get that last bag down, but this event, they're not taking distance. They're not taking split times on event or on.
How close were they?
I know.
And then a matter of seconds became minutes that separated them.
Yes.
That was crazy.
By the way, the Mighty Bear tent has all their inputs out if you want to try them out or if you have kids that want to try them out. They have awesome t-shirts and they also helped run the kids show earlier today. It was the Texas
Coming up,
Lone Star State
our last 80 kilo men steeplechase heat.
Well, that went
Mason-
fast.
Like we said with the
Holy
women,
moly.
we were just flying through this event. Mason and Richard. Richard, obviously,
The new American record holder for deadlift.
once and future king of the deadlifts.
Yeah. So he holds the old and new record.
Yeah.
Remember, about 7 minutes apart.
Yeah. He broke a record and then he broke a record. I think CJ in the chat, a dentist and a doctor walk into a crossbar. And
Oh.
yeah, hopefully Steven, it looked like he impacted that crossbar. It sounds terrible to say. I hope it was with his chest. It looked like it was up on his face.
For my 64 kilo women, your next event will start at 3:10 p.m.
I'm going to really lower that bar for Zerchers. Five 5'9", 5'7". With their height, but that feels like quite a bit of jump for Zercher's difference there, but. Okay. I think we're set.
Clarification. The joke in the chat. Mason Cup is a dentist and Richard is a doctor. So not only very strong.
Oh wow.
And
Richard's
fast.
doing a little bit of turning on the yoke.
Yeah.
Throwing the bag down, wants to do it. We got hot dog and hamburger here going across with the bags.
Rise and defy with the controversial opinion in the chat.
Dentists are doctors.
Not actually controversial. They are doctors, right?
Wow, Mason just showing the yoke's not a problem.
Oh, fast. Mason, so I think the only
the turn. That turn.
The only athlete to pick up that sandbag bear hug, which makes the pick easier.
Oh, is Richard going to take the lead here?
Richard's got to reset. Oh, and he just...
Both are having trouble just getting it. Big
God.
hips over. Oh, Richard's not giving up. Richard's not giving up. And he got it. Man. It doesn't matter who starts off in the lead.
Yeah, kind of flying on the razor's edge, both of them, right? Almost a little bit too fast, and then kind of starts to wobble. Spectacular efforts, though. Spectacular results. What did we have? We had 2 athletes finish.
Running back 25 feet. Athletes will then run the power stairs to load 2 separately loaded.
That was absolutely incredible. Overall, super impressive. We were able to see, like most comps, little tiny mistakes can definitely spread out some things. Cody Abel taking the lead with 41-13. Josh behind him with 47. I mean, that's a big jump in that.
Yeah, and then what is this? 7 athletes with 3 lengths, so they you add up 4 through 10 points.
Yeah.
And then split those, so Cody, Josh, and Richard are going to get a bunch of points, and then everybody else is going to
not be able to gain a whole lot right there. So 31 sitting in first place, Richard. Cody 24, Josh also 24, and not too far behind is Mason Cup with 22.5. 1 point down is
still
Steven.
nipping on his heels, a 1.5.
Definitely. All right,
Away.
we get ready for another yoke event. It is yoke and power stairs medley. We'll talk about those rules and different things coming up in just a bit. First, we're going to go to Yanni. He's on the floor with Cody. So we're going to get to hear how that event was and how it all went down with those two.
All right, I have Cody Abel here with me, who thankfully has not murdered me because I jinxed almost all the athletes during that last event. So you won the event with a time of 41.13 seconds. How does it feel to get that win underneath your belt now, going with 2 events to go?
Feels awesome. Press medley didn't quite go to plan. Deadlift went pretty okay. But historically, I am pretty good at these events, but it's weird. The longer you do this sport, the better you get, but the more chances for things going wrong. So I knew I'd be really good at it. I also knew like I could not do well at it. So it just felt really good to execute, and I beat my best times in training. So it just feels real good, man.
I also noticed that during all of the events, there's little details that you'll call out where the loaders, you'll ask them to change a little thing. What are some of the details that you see now as a veteran in this sport that newer athletes are oblivious to?
You know, to be honest, I think when you're new, you actually shouldn't worry about any of it, and you just got to go with it, because Strongman is basically, I tell everyone, Strongman's prison rules. Run what you brung, you either put it from the floor overhead or from your hips to the platform, and you just got to roll with it and adapt. As you get older, you start meeting everybody, meeting all the judges and promoters. You're not just looking out for yourself, you're kind of looking out for everybody else. And like with the deadlift earlier, the bar wasn't quite perfectly straight. Probably wasn't going to change my pull, but I noticed it, so I called it out. So more of a mental thing, to be honest.
All right, so you got event 3 done. You get rewarded with event number 4, which is the yoke and power stairs. What's your goal for this one?
Just blast it and not get hung up on anything.
All right, we're 10 minutes away from event 4. I'm going to let this guy rest up and warm up for event 4. Adios.
it's just wild because I'm looking around all these people here. You know, a lot of them been competing 9, 10.
You have a 3-time champ.
Texas for the North Texas Strength Expo. We are on our 4th of 5th event for the America's Strongest. This is women 64 kg and men 80 kg. And not done with the yoke just yet.
Yeah.
Not even going to give a beat till we use the yoke again.
Yeah, when we cut to the platform, your eyes are not deceiving you. There is still a yoke on the platform.
Yeah.
This time we're, putting it in more of a normal position though, on your back.
It's going to be the yoke and power stairs medley. They will have 4 lanes running, and the women's class already getting ready. It is 455 pounds on that yoke. The first pin for the power stairs is 200 pounds. The second one is 220. Now the measurements for the stairs and steps. The steps are 18 inches. The handle is 16 inches.
And as we saw yesterday, a lot of athletes, the lighter weight women's and really a lot of the lighter weight men, when they got to the power stairs, really struggled just because of the height, right? A lot of these athletes aren't very tall. So we'll see Jessica coming up, and not a lot of issues
200
from Jessica,
pounds.
though. 200 pounds.
What we saw yesterday to work was jumping that extra tippy top step and doing one more pull of that pin. Instead of trying to situate and scooch and and spin it, just go ahead and jump on that very top step and give it one more pickup.
And another, there's the scooch. So another clarification, the athletes don't have to have the entirety of the pin on the platform on steps 1 and 2, but there cannot be any overhang of the pin onto the third step. And we saw a lot of people yesterday lose a lot of time on their first or second pins, having to go back and do like we kept saying, a little scooch to get that pin all the way up onto the steps.
I mean, just one pickup at the very top would be enough to get you over the ledge. No, have nothing on the overhang.
The jump to that third step seems to have been clutch for a lot of people. We'll see if it is.
So on the way down, the front of the implement has to be over the line. When they're coming back, the entire implement has to be over the line. So a little bit different going down and coming back.
All of these athletes, though, the women and the men, since none of them, since this isn't new to any of them, they're all veteran competitors. They've heard the rules meeting. It's been reinforced and reinforced and reinforced. And so I don't imagine we'll see as many or any of the length issues that we saw yesterday with people cutting the yoke short.
Wow, Megan getting a little bit of a lead here as she stood up first, but Joanne's not far behind her. Wow, just a few seconds.
Joanne kind of using that forward falling momentum to cross the line. Well, looks like we maybe need to rephrase some of the rules.
We stand corrected here.
Yesterday they had to fully cross the line. I guess they are not enforcing that today.
So just the front of the implement down and back. So we apologize.
Yeah.
It's been a long 2 days.
It's been a long 2 days. Megan hands off.
Oh!
Can I please get Jillian Funk, lane 1, Carly Rivera, and lane 2. Emma and
Like we saw in that steeplechase event, just flying through the competitors. We're on to the third heat.
I've watched some of these athletes so many times on a live stream or on a stage just a little bit farther away at the Arnold or different things. I love being able to see these women in real life. They're lightweights, but my God, they are built.
They are
so strong.
Yeah. We were amazed yesterday that one of the heavyweight women pulled 495, which, rightfully amazed, because that's a lot of weight. We saw lightweights pull that today.
Yeah.
So again, 455 on the yoke, and then 200 and 220 on the pins for the power stairs. These are the weights that the 82 kilo women were competing with yesterday. Getting some yoke height adjustments.
Athletes, when you're ready, please get under the bar. Athletes ready, judges ready, go!
Woo, Carly was actually up with it first, but Jillian has just taken off once she got her yoke up.
Yep.
Carly knowing she's got to move quicker here.
Moving fast.
This could make some separation. Carly a little bit quicker with the pins.
Up. I can't remember, was Carly maybe an inch or two taller? That's definitely an advantage on an event like this.
Oh, got to get it over.
Yep, awesome. Jillian, 2 more steps. And the nudge, and she's off. Awesome.
Give it up for Jillian Carly. Carly with the new lead time of 29.14 seconds. Can I please get Emma and
Carly finished that sub 30 seconds.
Tana and Megan, you're on deck.
Wow.
So it's 50 feet with a yoke, and then 6 total stairs across those two pins. Each of those loaded up to
Emma and Jessica next. Getting everything set back so each athlete has the same experience.
Just came off the screen, but Jessica at 5'5" versus Emma at 5'3". I wonder what, if any, impact we're going to see from that height. You keep saying power stairs are one of those events that height is an enormous advantage.
Ooh, nearly head-to-head. Here we go.
Was fast.
Oh, Emma getting a little bit faster on that second pick.
Grabbing the pins at about the same time. Jessica first.
Oh, Jessica kind of double checking that top pin, making sure she got it.
Yep.
This is going to be close.
Oh, a lot of hip thrusts.
Fast. Yeah.
Just hip thrust 220.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nice.
Awesome.
We have a new leader in this event with 28.16 seconds, Jessica Helms.
Rising Fire with the early prediction. Jessica 4 stairs. We've still got 2 more athletes. We'll see if that holds.
Megan, lane 2. Was that bacon $6?
All right, Hannah Coldiron out of Oklahoma. Southern Oklahoma, actually, for Depth Before Dishonor in Lawton.
And Megan Davis.
These two young ladies are very good friends, too.
Yeah. Currently in 1 and 2.
Both the same height.
5'5".
So this will be exciting.
For my 80 kilo men, we will start at 3:30 p.m.
3:30 Mesquite, Texas time, which it's 3:19 here now. 3:30 is when the men will start. As we have flown through these ladies with this event. Here we go. This is first and second place right now, going head to head. Wow, and literally going head to head. Megan may be a little bit faster. Yep, she definitely got that second pick faster than Hannah that time.
But just a step or two ahead onto power stairs.
Wow.
Hannah
the technique
made
almost
up
simultaneous.
that step or two, though. Hannah jumping down from the top.
Oh.
And Megan.
Wow, Megan nearly threw it halfway into the middle of the platform once she got it up there. Woo, dang.
And Hannah leaping from the stairs and a hug.
Very good job. All right, so here in about 10 minutes, we're going to do the men. We're going to probably check those ladies' scores here in just a little bit, kind of see how they all shook out with those different times.
Yes.
Remember, it was 455 yoke, 200 pin, and a 220 pin.
See if you've got any movement from points, or if it is just kind of continuing to reinforce the trend that we've seen through the first 3 events.
Yeah. But if you're waiting on the men's events, that will happen here in about 10 minutes. All right. Probably soon to have that final tally. There it is. Jessica Helms took the lead in that event. Oh, wow.
3 hundredths of a second ahead of Megan.
Wow.
Carly, though, splitting times between Megan and Hannah. We talked a lot yesterday about, you know, athletes playing spoiler.
Yeah.
When you insert yourself in between 2 other people. I wonder what kind of impact that's going to have on placement.
Yeah, that's
around.
That's still keeps her at the top. Megan's got a pretty good lead.
A little bit, yeah.
But 33.5. Hannah 28.5. Jessica 27.5.
Yeah, Jessica made up a lot of ground. Obviously, she won the event.
Yeah. All right, so that leaves one final event here for the America's Strongest. We're getting ready for the men, of course, next. We got to do the men's yoke and power stairs, and then there's one final event. So we're going to take a little bit of a break. We'll be back here in about 9 minutes for the men's.
it. So
how you feel being your first America's Strongest Man, 105 kilo?
it's just wild because I'm looking around all these people here. You know, a lot of them been competing 9, 10.
You have a 3-time champ.
Back. Beth start off lightweight, 80 kilo men.
This
yoke
is Alex.
and power stairs. This is Alex. See, the yoke's 645 pounds into a 285 and 307 pound pin up those power stairs. Alex got the repick on the turn, got a drop. Doesn't look like that continued to affect the yoke. He finished out that second leg at 25 feet. Alex is the tallest lightweight in the field at 6 feet tall. And it looks like that is helping him out on these power stairs.
Oh, man.
With the last scooch and hands off. Good run, Alex.
Stayed steady from beginning to end.
Yeah.
All right, another Alex with Corey, 5'8", 5'6".
Five 8 and 5'6", obviously a little bit more typical, traditional lightweight men's strongman athlete heights. But like we saw with the women, this is one of those events where height can be a huge advantage, and so then obviously the absence of height could impact things. We'll see.
Alex the feta cheese. And Corey at Strength Haven Gym.
Both East Coast guys coming out to Texas to compete at America's Strongest Man.
I was checking to see where Corey was from because if he was from the South, it could have been a Strength Haven gym, but I think it's Strength Haven.
Virginia.
Might get a little Southern.
Yeah. South of Mason.
A little twangy.
Yeah, could be.
There goes. Oh, had the lead. A little bit of a stumble with Alex.
Yep. Corey making the turn, first to make the turn. But Alex, the first to re-pick and start the second leg.
Oh,
and literally Alex shrugging the 645-pound yoke off and
to tiptoe to the stick.
Flying.
Wow, through that last
flying
pin.
up and flying down.
There it goes.
Yeah, Alex, spectacular.
And a little skip. That was off camera, but it was adorable. This is our one of many national anthems that we hear from the CrossFit corner with the United Grid League.
Yeah, I don't know how.
The beautiful version of Whitney Houston.
Yeah, and we heard that, four times yesterday, and I think this is at least the second.
At least the second.
You know,
which it's great.
Yeah, exactly. I like pretty much everybody else. Like, I'm never that mad when a Whitney Houston song is playing, but I don't know that I necessarily want to hear the same one.
I just know that some of the folks that are looking at us not necessarily saluting the flag at this point think that we're jerks, but this is the 17th time. We saluted, I promise.
I really hope that song is being picked up on the audio, because otherwise we sound like absolute lunatics to the live stream.
It does. We've been. One of our producers said.
Thank you.
It is being picked up. So.
All right. The absolute rantings of two overtired, overcaffeinated commentators trying to fill some time.
All right, Josh and Zach getting ready for their fourth event of the day.
This event, though, like event 3, we said a couple times, is, each piece of this event could absolutely pass as its own standalone event in a lot of shows. And so, yeah, it's the fourth official event.
Right.
But this is really more like, what, events 5 and 6?
Kind of doing a reset on the finish line there.
Floor crew getting a re-tape, high-vis tape, to make sure that finish line is as clear as it can be. So we get the yoke set to Zach's preferred crossbar height. Again, I think we said this before, the yoke for these 80 kilo men, 645 pounds into a 285, 307 pound.
I'm going to use the same reference that I used yesterday, and from a 2014 specimen, the heart of a blue whale weighs about 440 pounds.
Yeah.
They have more weight on their back than the heart of a blue whale.
And
they're, I mean, the blue whale is enormous.
Yeah, the blue whale, the largest animal in the history, the largest animal to have ever existed. And so, Zach with an early pick. I don't even think that was.
It's heavier than a male reindeer.
Heavier than a male reindeer.
Just so you know. All right, getting some last specifications here.
Josh and Zach are about to head off. Both solid, quick picks. Zach, a couple steps ahead. The drop and turn and re-pick. A little bit of wobble. And the drop, and Zach is into the power stairs first.
Racing to that first 285 pin.
But Josh has made up a step or two. Josh a little bit of trouble. Oh.
Zach's got to get it all the way on there.
Yep. They both are onto the second. Step 1. Step 2.
Almost in. Oh! Josh with a little bit of a movement there. Had to get it all the way on there.
We saw time and again yesterday that, especially that second pin, that last pin, because they're tired, they've been moving, they've been loading. That last little scooch to get the pin all the way onto the platform, zero overhang. You know, that winds up chewing up a couple of seconds.
All right, Harold did not have a good time with that Zurchers. We're going to see how the yoke treats him in this event. You could tell by Harold's face with the Zurchers that he wanted to keep going. His brain said, we do this all the time. Let's go ahead and just pick this up and keep going. And each time he would pick it up.
His brain said perform right. His heart said keep going right, but his body said, no thank you.
Each time he picked it up, his body just seemed to shut down and almost just stop. So this is going to be exciting. He had some time to rest and recover. Harold getting set under the yoke, making sure everything's...
Verifying that...
Yoke heights.
Crossbar heights. Now, while we said that 645 yoke is the same yoke that the 105 men used yesterday.
Yeah.
At a pro-level show, even for lightweight men, 645 is not spectacularly heavy, right? But... it's not the whole event. This is not just a yoke run event. This is a yoke run into a set of power stairs. Harold and Steven about to head off.
Here we go. Oh, Harold looking much different with the yoke on his back. Still a little bit of a stumble there, but able to recover. so quick.
Both pick about the same.
Slowing down just a little bit.
Steven, I'd imagine, is going to do pretty well on this, given that he pulled 725 a little while ago. He's got strong
we've got
back.
hang off. We've got hang off. Harold.
Oh, buddy.
Oh,
brother.
no, man. That is going to eat up so much time. He's trying to spin and move it.
Oh, yeah.
Athletes have to be so conscious of that last pin.
Yeah, I hate to see it.
Once again, he's got hangover on that second one, but he knows so much time was ate up with that first one, man. He was already set to do that second pin. That's heartbreaking. Man.
You know, obviously what winds up happening, heavy exertion, high effort, stuff like this, you're not necessarily like thinking as clearly as you would normally.
Yeah.
As you would normally.
You're in the zone. You don't even really hear
zone.
anything around you.
Even if you've got a plan in place, that plan kind of falls apart when you're also fighting to maintain consciousness and keep moving forward, right?
Yeah. Yeah, Anthony said that was brutal. What a nice run. Otherwise, yeah. Made one little stumble in the yoke run.
Exactly.
Was able to recover so fast.
Yeah.
Knew he was going to gain some time, or actually cut off some time with the pins with how fast he was doing it, and then just to have that overhang and not catch it while he was still at the top. Tough one to call. Rise and Defy Athletics said Cody is a yoke speed demon. Josh won the power stairs at the Arnold. Mason is just super consistent. So you've got some great competitors in this class.
You've got specialists versus generalists, right?
Yeah.
How much of an impact is that going to have?
Cody does show to be super impressive with moving events.
Very
I mean,
fast.
it's been said in the chat before. I mean, he's just wildly fast.
But then kind of the overarching question to all of this, and I think given the trend line that we're seeing, can any of them strike at Ricky?
Yeah. All right, here we go. Here's Mason and Cody, 245 yoke. Both appearing to be, I could not imagine those being closer, but it does look like Cody dropped first.
Yeah, Cody.
Little bit of a lead here. Let's see if it levels out with the pins.
Like a half of a step. Cody,
oh, Mason had a little bit of a ledge.
All the way up.
It.
He did get all right, good. Cody.
Wow, just
through.
a master at moving events.
Defiant at the top of the stairs.
Mason still going.
Good.
Because he can still fall in line as long as he, didn't have to go back. Here's Cody again with how quick he moved that last one.
His second pin, looked faster than the first one.
Yeah, that's true.
Cody with a 23.93.
So fast.
That is what, 8-ish seconds closest.
Yeah.
8 seconds above.
This is going to be wild as well. Josh against Richard.
So right now, we've still got Josh and Ricky to go. Cody with the current top time. A couple people at 31-ish. What is this? Three separate athletes at 31.
Both sitting at the same height.
Yeah.
Both sitting at 5'7".
Both these athletes 5'7".
I suspect this one to be pretty fast too.
Yeah.
And then I believe they said 3:55 is when they're going to start the women. So it's 3:45 Mesquite time, 3:55. Kind of give a 10-minute break there before they get ready for the very last event.
We are blazing through this contest.
One last adjustment on the pin. Here we go. Ricky making a speedy lead here. Woo. Josh still moving. Got plenty of time.
Yeah, a lot of strain on his face though.
Richard gets that first pin, no problem.
Up. Josh just a step or two behind though.
And he gets it, Richard. Very fast time. Let's see if it beats Cody's. Cody had 23.93. 27, so Cody won this event.
Yeah, there's a lot of points. So Cody won, Ricky in second, Josh in third, and then
that was excellent.
Yeah.
All right, gonna take a check of those scores, see how everybody shakes out. As we know, Cody took the lead for that event with 23.93.
And I think the spreadsheet is updated. If that's correct, that means Cody and Josh were tied coming into this, tied for second. Cody's now up 2 points.
Yeah, 23.93 for first in that event, Cody. Richard was second, 27.48, which is still a remarkable time. Josh, 29.47, and as you see, Steven with 31.42.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you said there was a little bit of a tie there. Let's see how this shakes things up with Cody getting first in that event. So the overall puts Richard at the top with 41. Cody in second at 35. And then in third at 33 for Josh and 29.5 for Steven.
Yeah, some 2 points. It's a lead, right? And any lead you want, but I don't think is 2 points enough to be comfortable to coast.
All right, we get ready for that final event for America's Strongest here in Mesquite, Texas for the North Texas Strength Expo. Farmers Carry up next.
See y'all soon.
because I'm looking around all these people here, you know, a lot of them may compete 9, 10.
Welcome back to Mesquite, Texas, the North Texas Strength Expo, where we are in the last event for America's Strongest women's 64 kg and also men 80 kg. First place will get $5,000. Almost said points. Dollars. Second place will get $2,000, and third, $1,000. Fourth through eighth will get $500. Jessica's going to start us off for the double farmer's walk, 185 pounds. Second set, 205 per hand.
Yep, 50 feet down, drop, come 50 feet back with the heavier handles.
Gonna go head to head with Hannah Cold Iron.
No.
Or no?
Yeah,
Jessica's gonna go by herself?
Hannah's down there.
She's getting some clarification. Okay, so Jessica's gonna get ready.
Okay. Jessica about to head off. Since the class has an odd number of athletes, there's always an odd man, or I guess in this case, odd woman out.
Here we go. Jessica with her big breath, able to move pretty quick. Man, farmers can get so awkward with one little movement.
Yep.
They can start to bang together.
Start the wobbles.
Yes.
She's moving pretty
so
well.
Steady.
Somehow able to maintain tension and breathe. She'll fall over the line.
Woo, good job.
Nice.
So we are the finish line for one of the lanes, the table that we sit at. So this might get interesting once we get into this with the two lanes being open.
We had a couple close calls yesterday, and these, the women and men, obviously, they're all literally professional athletes, and so I'd imagine they're moving, right? So we'll see.
Yeah, you don't slow down at the finish line, you speed up. So this will be fun. They may need to put the log between us and the competitors. All right, getting all the farmers reset.
Next seat, I think, is going to be Joanne Hagedorn and Jillian Funk.
Jill Funky Fresh, a.k.a.
And Strong Hag.
Last event of the day for America's Strongest.
Taking a grip. Ready. And they're off.
Here we go.
Looks like
Funk in the
Jillian,
lead.
yes, spacing out a bit. Drops the first handles, moves to the second.
205 per hand as they come back.
Joanne's struggling a little bit with the pick on the
Keep
second
moving,
handles,
keep
but she is
moving. She
moving.
knows she's close. Oh, both go across the line. As she immediately turns around to cheer on Joanne. Oh.
And she's laughing.
She's
It'll
smiling.
be okay.
Can I please get Megan Muskin, lane 1, Emma, lane 2.
Up next, we got Megan Muskin and Emma. Emma, you know, your family friends hearing this, I apologize. I'm going to absolutely butcher your last name. I'm sorry. Wiedewilt?
Yeah. All right, getting those farmers all set up.
Jillian right now, best time so far, 23:38.
Okay.
Still, what is this? Still 6 athletes, 3 heats to go. We saw in the previous 2 moving events, this is the 3rd moving event. The people that are currently at the top seem to be pretty fast, so we'll see if that continues to hold true.
these volunteers, this is their second day. This is their 10th event, but not their 10th time moving these weights.
No.
So big thank you. Anyone that has ever put on a show or been a part of a show, know that it is 1,000% the volunteers that make the show.
And today's show, significantly simpler, more straightforward than yesterday, obviously, with different weight classes, novice, open, masters, a lot of weight changes. So quite a bit simpler today for the crew.
Here we go, Megan and Emma, last event of the day.
And they're off. Emma a couple steps ahead.
Megan showing a little bit of wavering there at the end. She straightened it out perfectly. Oh, no. Okay. I thought she wasn't over the line. I thought, oh, no.
Emma just continuing to truck down the course. You can see the end.
Megan dropping that implement. I saw her re-chalking as she got to the line, kind of having to readjust.
Very
you know it's in her head that when who she went head to head with, Emma is already done.
Yeah.
So it's in your head a little bit.
Just, yeah. You see Emma coming back out to cheer Megan on.
She, when your hands are done.
Yeah, and you can see even she doesn't even have them all the way picked back up, and her hands are starting to let go.
Being on the front of that frame, I mean not frame, but farmers, kind of makes it fall back and drag a little. She's right on the front of those handles. I don't know if that's where she started for both. You can see her hands opening up just as soon as she stands up.
Yeah.
They're done. What a great job.
Yeah. So Emma has vaulted herself into first with a 20:43. So what's that?
Wow.
About 3 seconds faster than Jillian. It looked like Jillian was pretty fast. Emma's even faster. Carly Oliveira and Jessica Helms coming up next. So Jessica won the yoke and power stairs, and it looks like Carly got third-ish, so I'd expect pretty solid, pretty fast times for both of them.
20.43 is the new time to beat. Emma was flying on that run.
Our ever faithful Will Yeager leaf blowing the chalk off of the stall mats and directly into our faces.
And our laps, our drinks.
Yes.
Yeah, so much appreciated, Will. Thank you.
I love breathing in chalk dust.
Yeah.
So Jessica having set a new national record on the deadlift.
That's right.
Doesn't seem to be any worse for wear.
Looks ready for this next and final event.
She's right there nipping on Hannah's heels in this fourth event. She puts up a quick time.
185 a hand down and 205 a hand back.
Take their grip and they're off.
Here we go.
And it looks like Jessica's a step-ish ahead. And drop.
Oh,
Pick
wow, almost
for
a
the
simultaneous
second.
pick.
Yeah, Carly looks like she's
Oh,
made
Carly
up
may
a
be
little
taking
bit.
the lead a little bit. Man, they're kind of leveling out. Oh, I think Emma took it.
Yeah, Jessica,
Wow.
I think, but not
Or
by a
Jessica, I'm
lot.
sorry,
Yeah.
Jessica.
Both
I
of
said
them
Emma.
with a pretty great time. Let's see.
I think it's under the 20.
21:57 for Carly, which means
Really?
Jessica's probably going to be 20:69, 1600ths of a second behind Emma. So Emma maintains first place on this, but coming up, Hannah and Megan.
I talked to Megan a little bit during the break, and I said, is this a light show for you? Because you seem to be moving with such ease in each event. And she said, well, I'm actually coming off of training for Chaos. She said where our yoke was over 600 pounds.
Yeah.
And today's yoke was in the 400s.
Yeah.
So definitely a lighter show that she was programmed for not too long ago.
Yeah. But then that just turns these events from events where you're looking to survive, right?
Yeah.
Into drag race events, which we've seen through the last two moving events with, the top 4, the top 5, not that far apart from each other. And so right now, 20:43 is the time to beat. I think either of the athletes have that in them. We are carting Hannah's second handles back down the course. I don't know if it's super visible on the stream, but Megan's chalk, it looks like it's like liquid chalk.
It's blue.
It's blue.
It is. I saw her applying it earlier, but yeah, it's
Yeah.
liquid chalk that she's got.
I looked up and saw blue hands and was just very confused, and then, it clicked. It's been a long weekend for everybody, I think.
All right, here we go, doing some final adjustments as we get ready for this last heat of the women's 64 kg last event, double farmer's walk. 185 down and 205 back.
Last event and last heat.
Hannah's going to take a look at her implements on the second part, make sure they're exactly where she wants them.
Nothing wrong with double checking.
I think some athletes, especially new to the sport, don't even know they have the option to go make sure that.
Yeah, you can request stuff get moved around, whether it's, verifying placement on farmers. You can ask your line judge to tip your sandbag over, to adjust your Atlas stone. There's a lot of options.
All right, here we go.
And
last
Hannah and Megan
heat.
are off, and they are flying.
Last event of the day.
Megan especially
trying to beat 20.43 seconds.
And Megan is
taking a commanding lead
like
here.
Literally and figuratively walking. I
had a little bit of smacking of the farmers on her legs, which made her knees hit. Wow.
Good.
Still seemed to be kind of checking on that. That hurt pretty bad.
Hurts.
She said ow too. I mean, like right when it happened, she said ow. I mean, she looked down immediately.
Yeah, and we were.
She's not sure if she could step
She's
out.
Got already a knot on her shin that I saw.
Oh wow.
Oh no.
She can walk on her own. She's gonna have a little bit of help there. Man, yeah, those farmers. I'm not sure if it was her foot that started it, if it was a turn of the wrist of the farmers on how that happened.
Yeah, but these stall mats, and then I think the farmers themselves have like rubber feet on them. The moment it touches them, it catches and stops immediately.
Yeah. So we'll have to check in and see how she did. The best part of the injury, I'm trying to be positive here, is that is the last event for the day. I'm trying to find some sunshine
Silver
here.
lining. Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
So that's the last event for the day for Megan.
So we've got results up on this.
So we'll have some scores here in just a bit. We'll see how that all turned out, as that is the last event for the women 64 kg here at America's Strongest. So Emma took the lead in that event, 20:43. Jessica, 20:69. Carly in third for that event, 21:57. And Megan not making it across the line, it appears.
And so we've been
78
talking about this
feet
all weekend, the spoiler effect. So Emma won this event. And if we switch over to cumulative points,
wow,
means Emma and Jessica vaulted Hannah. knocked her off the podium.
She was in third, so now she's in fourth.
She was tied, I think, for third coming into this. And
wow.
That's how it happens sometimes.
That is wild. All right, we're getting ready for the men's farmer's carry. And I'm just checking to see if Yanni has any interviews or... Nope. Okay. All right, we're going to take a small break here, then get into the men's farmers here at America's Strongest in Mesquite, Texas for the North Texas Strength Expo.
America's Strongest Man, under 5 kilo.
It's just wild because I'm looking around all these people here, you know, a lot of them been competing 9, 10.
You have a 3-time shit.
All right, welcome back to Mesquite, Texas, America's Strongest, as we are in the men's division of the Farmers Carry. This is the last event of the day for these gentlemen. 5 events in total.
Alex Terros about to kick us off. First pair of Farmers handles, 255. Second, 275, so he's going down 50 feet. He's going to drop. He's going to pick the second set, and he's going to come back. Look at that. That's a new camera angle. Look at that. I like that one. And Alex
staying steady and consistent.
Steady progress. Right about now is where it's really easy to start wobbling, but he's not going to do it. He fall. Solid run.
All right, we're going to get these guys going as quickly as possible.
Alex Moy and Corey Goodrich for the first of our head-to-head heats. You know, we didn't talk about it a lot, maybe even at all, through the live stream, but both of the classes have at least at least 2 athletes that are in their 40s.
Yeah.
And then I think one of the female athletes is in her 50s, if I am remembering correctly.
Really?
If I am misaging you, I apologize. But both classes have athletes in their 40s, which is pretty spectacular, right?
Yeah, oh yeah.
They could be competing up in Masters. That's where old guys like me, you know, we get a chance to actually start to relax, right? Start to head out.
The weights get lighter in the
exactly.
Masters. Yeah.
Out, you know, slowly heading out to pasture, but they've said no. They're going to continue competing against the young competitors, the young athletes.
All right, one last set of farmers to get across the platform here. Oh yeah, that movement technique from the volunteers. I mean, that's just, come on. That's fantastic.
Yeah. I mean, mankind had been at the wheel a long time ago, right? Let's use it. We're just getting the floor cleared. Let's head back out.
All right, here we go. Alex and Corey, last event of the day. You've got to put it all out for this.
Alex looks like a couple steps ahead.
Wow.
Maintaining or even increasing his pace and literally leaping to the second set of farmers handles.
Little bit of a slowdown with that 275 per hand.
Yeah.
But still moving so quick.
Wow. And he's across. Corey getting into that awful loop that we've seen quite a few athletes getting into, where you stumble and you drop and you repick, and then each additional repick is just harder and harder and harder.
Oh, yeah.
There's just less of you, less of your grip available. Got 15 seconds. He's going to call it. So Alex Moy currently in our top spot, 24:12. But we're expecting some pretty quick times from some of the athletes as we get a little bit deeper into the class.
Daryl Carter, round 2.
Already some predictions made. Cody might pull a third event win in a row. Head-to-head with Ricky to push him. It'll be awesome. Oh, for sure.
Rising to 5 with the prediction. He's been pretty accurate so far. So you know.
Cody is a beast when it comes to moving events.
Yep. No slouch deadlifting and pressing.
Yeah.
Not to knock those events, but yeah, pretty fast. Josh and Harold reasonably close in points right now. 1.5 separates them. Big jump up though from Harold up to the next group up to 21.5. So what's that? 4.5 points. There's a big delta to make up with just one event to go.
All right, here we go.
Taking the grips.
Athletes ready, judges ready, go!
And they're up and they're off.
Woo!
And Harold
Swift movement. Don't let those swings of the farmers get
Josh
too.
is
Good job.
Not behind at all. They picked almost
Wow.
the same time.
Almost taking the same steps. I think Harold's a
Look at
tad ahead. I think his eyes are closed. They're at the end.
And a crash into Yo. That was awesome.
Wow. Yeah, I think his eyes were closed in the right lane as he
Spectacular.
pushed all the way. Eyes still shut. Whoa! Ran
wide
right
shut
into
right
Yanni.
there. Yoni though, thankfully, thick boy. Not gonna tip him over very easy.
That was a super close battle, you're right. Just looking at some of the remarks in the live chat on YouTube.
20:41 for Harold, new time to beat, and then Josh inserts himself into second, 21:15. Zach Scholes and Mason Cup coming up.
Harold Carter has the new time to beat with 20.41 seconds.
I was talking with Zach in between one of the events. Just asking, hey, how's it going? How you feeling?
Yeah.
And he said, hey, I'm not feeling great, right? I had a big cut.
Oh.
And the recovery, the rehydration process has been tough. Per Zach, he cut to 176.5 from 200 pounds. So I'm not that great at math, but I think that's 23.5 pounds.
Wow.
Of weight, which is, that's a lot. You get heavier, you get up into, middleweights, the 105s. Purely as a function of their bodies are bigger, they can do those bigger 20-plus pound cuts a little bit easier. It's not as if it's easy for them either, but cutting 20-plus pounds is a lot, and I think I think he'd probably be first to admit it. I think it's had an impact on his performance today.
Yeah. As it can do.
I certainly don't want to equate myself to what these people are capable of doing, but
Right.
I've done a couple of aggressive water cuts myself, and you have to kind of
The toll.
you have to kind of do the calculus of, if I cut, whatever, 15, 17, 18 pounds, which will let me come back into this contest the next day heavier than everybody else in my class.
Yeah.
Do I want to be at 95% of what I can do at a heavier body weight, bigger me, or do I want to be 100% of what I can do and just walking around at or below the weight class itself?
Yeah. All right, making some last adjustments here, getting all
Back and
chalked
Mason
up.
getting chalked up. That chalk obviously will soon make its way over to the table.
Here we go.
They are off. They're both moving pretty well. Looks like Mason's step or two ahead, with Zach right on his heels.
Woo, I think Mason's gonna take this heat. Quick, sure steps with Mason. Zach slowing down. Oh, takes that first drop. It almost seems inevitable that there's gonna be a few more.
Yeah, that killer drop. We've seen that time and time and time again. Zach, come on, brother. You can almost just.
Oh my God!
You can almost just fall.
There we go.
And he finished. Spectacular effort.
His day is finally done.
In the face of some pretty challenging circumstances. A heavy day.
Oh, you can see Zach
and a
even
tough
right
battle.
now showing quite a bit of fatigue. Maybe just the mindset of knowing I'm done.
I'm done,
I can
right? Yeah, you feel the
relax
weight.
now. Well, this is going to be exciting. Josh and Steven.
Yep. Mason right now, though, resetting top spot, sub 20, 1961. But Steven and Josh have both shown themselves to be pretty speedy in the two previous moving events. Obviously, they're just the prequel to the head-to-head that we've been building towards all day long. Cody and Ricky. Steven, though, is actually in kind of the position that Emma was in heading into this last event. A win, probably not, and not even probably. Mathematically, there's not a win available for Steven, but he absolutely has the ability to play spoiler for Josh or Cody. So we'll see. Looks like we're making some last fine-tuning adjustments on the second farmer's handles.
All right, athletes look ready.
All right, gentlemen, you know the time to beat 1861.
1961, I just heard the MC say for the time to beat to win this event. Woo, Josh. So little bit of sway forward.
A little bit of rocking
with those
but-
farmers.
And a clean jump. And he is back.
Oh,
back.
a little bit of movement's making me nervous. I don't want those.
Literally heading straight towards you.
Armor,
But
and
he made
did
it.
Excellent.
And,
Let's see if that beats the 1961.
rightfully pretty hyped up Josh.
I repeat, Josh has the new lead for this event with 18.84 seconds.
1884,
Wow.
almost a second faster.
So he takes the lead for this event.
Steven Cashboy was not too far behind.
Wow. So this is going to be exciting. All right, we're in our last heat, last event on the last day of the weekend of the North Texas Strength Expo. And this will be nothing short of amazing to watch these two guys go head to head. We've got Cody from Virginia, 38 years old, 5'7", definitely is known for moving events. Ricky, not shy of moving events as well, 5'7", 30 years old from California. These two guys, this is going to be the show to watch.
Yeah. Cody's been doing well in these moving events, but it's not as though Ricky's giving up a lot of points, right? He's, you know, he's not winning them, yeah, but he's getting like seconds and thirds, and it's that slow, steady, consistent performance that is what wins shows like this, and you can see it in the points.
My hands are already sweating.
It's
I'm so excited for this.
I mean, there's there's the individual event win. There's pride, right? Like you want to do it as well as you can, but Ricky on top of the podium it's inevitable at this point. What do we call it? Is it too early to call it?
Yeah.
But Josh and Cody were pretty dang close in this, from what I recall, coming into the last event. It was a point or two apart.
Yeah.
So a second or a third is kind of what is on the line for Cody.
All right, here we are. Here is the last heat, last event, North Texas Strength Expo with Richard and Cody.
This is your conclusion.
Ooh, boy.
And they're off.
Richard getting a little bit of a pick ahead.
Not even a little bit. He's a step, a step and a half.
Oh my gosh, this is where Cody can make up time though. Here we go, here we go. If Richard can stay steady all the way to
Cody
the
has
end.
closed it.
Oh wow.
With the win and nearly jumping on the table.
Oh my God. Woo.
I said with the win, at least in this heat,
I think
the
I
win.
unofficially see 18:03 for Richard. I think I unofficially see that. Just doing a little peek over the shoulder.
There are advantages to being
18:67 for Cody, 18:03 for Richard.
Wow.
He for sure takes the lead with that time. That is excellent.
Cody firmly seals up silver.
That is
Josh
incredible.
Koleski, comfortable lead above fourth, taking the bronze.
That's excellent. All right, let's kind of round out these scores, kind of show them all together here for this last event, the Double Farmers Walk. So yeah, Richard, 18:03, which is phenomenal with those weights and having it be the fifth event for today, getting heavier with that second Farmers. Cody coming in second for that event, 18:67, and Josh third, Mason fourth. Those guys all so close.
Top four, sub 20, every single one of them.
Yeah, that's incredible. So that's going to round out for the finals. The total overall, Richard 52 points, Cody in second with 45, Josh 42, Mason 35. And all the way to 8th place, wins some money with this comp at the America's Strongest North Texas Strength Expo. Coming up in just a bit, the awards on its way.
Loads for Marcus Raw, just putting his stamp on the day. The next day, as opposed to just competing on one day, or we got to manage the days individually. Athletes will absolutely
just wild because I'm looking around all these people here, you know, a lot of them been competing 9, 10.
Strongman Corporation. right, so we got a lot of sponsors to give a big thank you to. We've got Legendary, Odd Objects, Prime, and First Form. They're helping with the goodie bags that are going to be awarded to our top athletes. Thank you, Legendary. I see you over there. All right, for the 64 kilo women, in 9th place, Joanne Hagedorn. In 8th place, Jessica Puricelli. In 7th place, Megan Muskian. In 6th place, Jillian Funk. In 5th place, Carly Oliveira. In 4th place, Hannah Coldiron. In 3rd place, Emma Wiedewilt. And James is handing out some belt buckles. Fancy. In 2nd place, Jessica Helms. And your champion, Megan Davis. I like how she got injured on the last event. Now we gave her stairs to climb. Megan can't win an event unless she gets hurt. All right, picture time. Give it up for your 64 kilo class. Ladies, by the way, there's one final event for y'all, according to Shelley. The bull riding in the very back. If I can keep the podium up there, please. Just my top 3, please. We're smiling, we're smiling. We're hungry, we're hungry. Oh, it's a photo shoot now, Tyler. Run. Get to work, Tyler. Come on. You didn't sign the waivers, ladies. Not yet. Kids these days, Shelly. Gosh. Oh. James, am I good to go? All right, now for the 80 kilo men. In 11th place, Corey Goodrich. In 10th place, Alex Teros. In 9th place, Alexander Moy. In 8th place, Josh Hendrickson. In 7th place, Zach Schultz. He's like, I've used enough energy today. I'm not walking faster than this. In 6th place, Harold Carter. He's over there. Harold. Sit. Oh, I thought you wanted to shake his hand. In 5th place, Stephen Cash Money Coin. In 4th place, Mason Cup. In 3rd place, Josh Kovaleski. In second place, Cody Abel. Oh, I thought he was going to lift you up from down there. Save you a couple of steps. And your men's 80-kilo champion, 2025, Richard Panganaban. And a big thank you to the sponsors, Odd Objects, Go for Yoke, First Form, Prime, Legendary. Thank you for helping make this happen. Because of y'all, we get to have all these athletes fight it out to become champions. I think Richard's wider than he is taller. Yes. Big flex, guys. All right, can I please keep the podium finishers still up there? They also get rewarded with the bull ride. To everybody watching on the live stream, brought to you by Iron Vision Media, thank you for joining us, taking time out of your limited weekends to help watch us crown the America's strongest 64-kilo woman, the 80-kilo men champion. And thank you for Strongman Corporation for putting this all together. See you at the next championship.